regards to a preview, we don't actually have tons to get our teeth into. We have got a bit of a breakdown, a bit of a list. We can jump over to that, but as we said, there's not much to actually get our teeth into, so we can get a little bit quicker into your thoughts. So here we've got Seth Rollins and Gunther under one roof, right? Seth Rollins and Gunther under one roof. So they're going to be maybe exchanging words, maybe coming to blows, not sure. Obafemi and Brock Lesnar will be live tonight on Raw, so we've got them confronting. And we've also got Roman Reigns. He's going to send a message to CM Punk on the final Raw before WrestleMania. So just got lots of messages that are going to be exchanged between people that are facing off at WrestleMania. Just did a member stream. I was talking to those guys. People were saying happy WrestleMania week and all of that. And they were just talking about, like, how are we feeling? And to be honest with you, I feel like I need this Raw to kind of really inject some excitement into me, because I've sort of woke up and I'm sort of feeling just a bit flat. I just feel like, I mean, I think I've just been battered by those two SmackDowns. I think that, like, one of the main events is just completely ruined for me. I know we've got Oba Brock. I know there's matches to look forward to. I think Gunther Seth is going to deliver. Raw has actually been pretty good in recent weeks, but I'm looking for this show to inject some excitement into my body, right? I'm feeling like I'm 5 at best, and I need to be at 7, 8. Even 6, 7's not going to be enough. It needs to be 7, 8. And yes, we'll have to see what they can do tonight. Thankfully, Raw has been a good show. I'm not going into this show nervous or worried or anything along those lines. I'm going into this show optimistic. Genuinely feeling pretty good about this show. It is a go home. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of video packages and a lot of bits and bobs that we're going to have seen, a lot of stuff that we're not going to massively care about. But yeah, you go home. We do have to remember that. Can they just get us more excited? That's the goal of tonight. Can, wherever you are in excitement to WrestleMania, can they improve it? If you're a 2, then, you know, hopefully they shouldn't have to work too hard to pick up your excitement. If you're around a 5, maybe it's going to be a little harder, but, you know, hopefully they can move us more to a 7 and 8. If you're already 7, 8, you know, perhaps they can get you to a 10. I don't know, but you're already in a good place. I think it's okay to not be, like, losing your mind at the start of the week. Like, we've obviously got tonight to help. We've obviously got, like, you know, the stage is going to start getting constructed throughout this week. WWE World starts on Thursday. There's going to be loads of footage that comes out from there. New Mattel figures are going to be shown. I'm looking forward to that. You know, there's going to be things throughout the week that's going to be interesting, and that's going to help. I reckon by the time we get to WrestleMania, I'll be okay. I think I'll be okay. In a way, it really might not be too bad to not just be already at, like, you know, a 7, 8, and that we actually kind of grow into it as we get closer to it. That might not be a bad thing. But yeah, tonight, it's got a little bit of work to do for me, where I'm looking for this show to just get that bad taste out of my mouth. I mean, when we talk about shows being bad, and we talk about shows being, you know, 0.8 out of 10, or I think the latest cage match score for SmackDown on Friday is like 1.2. I haven't looked, actually. It was 1.2 out of 10 the other day. It is now oh well, good news, it's gone up. 87 votes, not loads, but again, it just gives you an idea. So it's actually 1.3 out of 10. So it has gone up. So that's good news for WWE. Yeah, not last week before, it was 0.8 out of 10. And then the show on Friday, 1.3. We are talking about some of the worst WWE episodes of TV that they have ever aired. That's where we are with SmackDown. This isn't just bad. This is historically bad. This is it's never been this bad, kind of bad. And that has to have an effect. Like, you can't sit through shows of that quality or lack of, and for it to not damage or, you know, not affect you in some way, you know. So yeah, I think, you know, this is the reason why I'm maybe around a 5 at the moment, but obviously I'm hoping tonight can pick up the mood. So if you're in that boat, I feel it, my friends. I'm with you. I feel it. We're all going to help each other as we kind of go into what should be a good Raw. Who Dat St. J, thank you, my friend. Sunny as well, shout out to you. Huddle Talk, hello. And Blake, shout out to you as well. Let's get into a few comments and thoughts. So Tayton, hello, said, Daze, I've been sub for maybe a year or so, a decent amount of streams, but I've not been on one for a little bit of a while. I've been doing my own thing outside of wrestling, but it is good to be back. Well, Tayton, shout out to you, my friend. Welcome back. Yeah, I think you've missed, well, what have you missed? I mean, I don't know how long you've been away for. I think wrestling certainly has got a lot of talking points, positive and negative. Let's do a quick poll, actually, because I think that would be interesting to see how excited people are. How excited are you for WrestleMania, right? Let's just see where the community are, because I don't know, right? Don't even know what the options should be. Not very can be the worst. Fairly. Very excited. I don't know, man. I don't know what the option should be. This is making it hard. I've made it hard for myself. Let's just go with that. That'll do. I've just gone with, how excited are you? Not very. Fairly excited. So that's like, yeah. I'd probably be there. Then you've got excited. Yeah, I'm excited. Right? And then you've got, yeah. I mean, I think freaking out is like 9, 10. I think excited is 7, 8. I think fairly is 4, 5, 6. And I think not very. I should have done that, really, shouldn't I? I probably should have put the numbers in. It kind of breaks down that way. I think for me, what I just explained, I would go fairly. I think I'm at fairly. I think Oberbrock's helping me get to fairly excited. I don't know if I can get really above that right now, but this is where Raw could help me tonight. So yeah, if you've been away for a little bit, you might have missed a couple of bits of Bob's talking points. But we'll get an idea as to how people are feeling. We'll come back to that in a moment. Connor said, Daze, here's the updates for WrestleMania Night 1. Don't think we need them, do we? I think we know. Oh, the updated favourites. Randy, Jacob, Gunther, LA Knight, Usos, Liv, Becky, Bayley, Lyra. I don't know how that differs to the ones that were in the prediction video, to be honest. Will said, it's sad to hear. It's really hard. It's getting better, though, says Will. Edward said, I have some pain. Oh, yeah, Edward, I'm sorry to hear this. I'm going to need to get some surgery, and I'll find out tomorrow what's next. Take it a day at a time, buds. Take it a day at a time. It's, you know, it's hopefully Raw will provide a much-needed distraction for you. Stephen said, evening, Daze. Hello. It's Mania week. It's come round so quick. Can't wait for the shows this week. Ipswich are now 10 points from promotion. Sorry that you guys lost tonight. I think night 1 looks the best, says Stephen. Okay, Stephen, shout out to you. Sean said, Daze, how would we feel at the end of the match of Roman Punk if Punk low-blowed Roman and won and turned heel? Great. Yeah, I wouldn't be down on that. I think the thing with Punk Roman is that I just don't mind which way it goes. I like both. I like Roman for what he means to this generation. You know, he is this generation's Bruno, this generation's Hogan, this generation's John Cena. You can make the argument that torch was passed to Cody, but Roman has been that person. So for me, is the biggest star, right? Undeniably the biggest star in professional wrestling. Numbers would back that up. In regards to CM Punk, he's a great wrestler. He puts on great matches. He's arguably the best promo. He's Marmite. You either love him or you hate him, right? And for me, I love the fact he came back. Love some of the stuff he's done since he's been back. I mean, that match with Drew inside Hell in a Cell, fantastic, right? That's probably maybe the highlight, actually. I mean, I've really, really loved that match. His match with Gunther at SummerSlam was very, very well received. And, you know, now here he is main eventing. The triple threat last year at WrestleMania obviously was really well received as well. And so now here we are with him main event in night 2. So I got a lot of respect for CM Punk. I think that he is, you know, a fantastic professional wrestler. And so because he's around all the time, if he carries on as champ, yeah, great. And if it's face, great. If it's heel, great. I mean, he can do both. He's great in either role. So yeah, if Roman wins and Punk turns heel, yeah, let's go. No dramas. I don't know that that's where it's going. I mean, I think at the moment Roman is favorite to win, actually. So the bookies are saying Roman's going to get the win. So what if Roman wins and turns heel? What if we get a reforming of the bloodline? I don't know. There's so many different ways that it can go. I feel like there's just so many possibilities. Like either can win, either can turn. And so not sure what I'm expecting. I think I predicted Punk retaining because Punk is someone that's around, and I think that he could defend that title on a regular basis throughout the summer. Roman can always move into a different story. Maybe Roman can reform the bloodline, be away from the titles. Perhaps, you know, he could turn his attention to Randy. If Randy wins the title, perhaps we get Roman Randy at SummerSlam or something. Probably we'll end up with Cody Randy again at SummerSlam, I would imagine. But yeah, I think there's a lot of possibilities. But I wouldn't be against that if that is a direction that we went. Adil, shout out to you, said, do we think The Rock will come at WrestleMania? Well, there was a weird report that did the round. I mean, I did mention it in Unseen, but I didn't really dwell on it because it's a weird report. I mean, there's no detail. Apparently it was in Wrestling Observer and a couple of the big news outlets, Wrestling World CC, who kind of post a lot of the news that's out there. They posted it as well, and says that Wrestling Observer at the moment are claiming The Rock is not expected to be at WrestleMania. So at the moment, not expected. But no one's really elaborated on it. There's no detail on it. It's literally just that. So I don't know. It seems very quiet. I'm not expecting him. There is obviously a chance that he could show, and I mean, he could cost Cody. I mean, it could be revealed that it was The Rock that put Pat in that position, right? And so, you know, he could be involved. And I said this the other day, I forget which stream. I think it might have been on AAA. I said that, you know, on Friday, WWE doubled down, and they had the option to pivot away from it, but they doubled down. So they must believe in the direction that we're heading. They must believe in where this story is going. And I think that I won't be shocked if there is something pretty big that goes down at WrestleMania. If there's something pretty big that happens, that they try to not fix this story, but it was kind of always in plan and in place, then they must feel like this is worth persevering with. I know there's upsides, which is them trying to, cozy up to ESPN. But even with that being the case, the amount of heartache that they've caused, they've got to believe in where the story is going eventually. So, I mean, I will sit here and tell you right now, I am numb to that story. If The Rock comes down, I do not care, right? It's done. I'm numb to it. Like, you have shoehorned that guy into that story. You've ruined weeks of SmackDown. I'm finding myself sitting here now way less excited for WrestleMania than I expected to be. And we know where we're going for Backlash as well. I mean, it's going to be Pat and Randy against Jelly Roll and Cody. So we kind of know where we're heading as well. So if you're just going to have The Rock make an appearance and reveal that he was the one behind this, that does not fix the 2 weeks of SmackDown that I've just watched. It's not going to change the fact that I'm going to have to suffer that tag match at Backlash. It's not going to change the fact that I've had to listen to this waffle, this nonsense that Pat has been spouting, right? It doesn't change the fact that Pat got shoehorned in. The real reason is because they're trying to get synergy with ESPN. Like, we know too much stuff these days. We're too knowledgeable these days. Maybe this might have worked in the 90s when we all knew less happening. It's just all dirty. And we know that Ari wants to make Pat the next Sylvester Stallone and all this stuff, So for me, I don't expect The Rock because the latest rumor is he's not going to be there. So I wouldn't get your hopes up. But I am anticipating them having some sort of moment that could happen at Mania, might be further down the road, but they've got to believe where this story is going, because there was no sizable change on Friday. There was no sizable fix on Friday. They doubled down, even though they know that there's been this backlash to it. Mad Dog said, the night with Roman and Punk is the night I like more. Yeah, same. It's got Ober Lesnar as the opener as well, doesn't it? And it's got the Intercontinental Championship match. And I think it's got Gunther against Seth. So I like all of those. So yes, I agree. I want Roman to win clean. I think the match deserves it. If we're going to get shenanigans in the Rhodes and Orton match, said Mad Dog. Okay, yeah, I hear you. Asgard said, I looked at today's match cards. Looks like it's going to be a great couple of hours. It seems like Raw is pulling some heavy duty. SmackDown is limping at the moment. Yeah, I agree. I think Raw has been good. I'm not going into tonight worried. I think tonight should be a good show. Mohammed said, Daze, what was that from Liv? She's neither a singer nor a wrestler. She's a struggling actress. Instead of just focusing and doing good promos for her feud, she's doing this shiz. Yeah, so Liv released a song today, which caught me off guard. I didn't know she was releasing a music track. Obviously, she teased a little something last week, didn't she? Where there was some footage of her sort of dancing, and it felt a bit Pussycat Doll. I remember last week going, this feels like the Pussycat Dolls. What's this? I actually thought it was going to be new entrance music if you'd have asked me, and where do we think this is going? I thought it might be a Titantron for some new entrance music, and, this was the kind of Titantron to it or something, and we're going to debut it at WrestleMania. And maybe this could be her new entrance music, actually. Perhaps this trouble is going to be used as her new theme, right? I'm not a fan of it. It reminds me of groups like Shampoo or Daphne and Celeste. It's kind of a bratty, not brat as in Charlie XCX, but like actually bratty kind of... It's not really sung. It's more like spoken. It's got vocal effects on, like auto-tune. I mean, it does seem like she's not the strongest singer. I'm sure she can sing, but we're not dealing with Celine Dion here, right? We're not dealing with Whitney Houston. So I wouldn't say it's her forte. I did say just in Unseen that she has signed with a talent agency. I think it's that Paradigm company. And I really wouldn't be shocked if they sat her down and said, look, we can do a few things for you here, right? If you sign with us, we can get you into adverts, commercials. We can get you, just saw a commercial actually, Rhea Ripley being used in a general insurance commercial. LA Knight and Bianca Belair popping up in like Slim Jim. I think wasn't LA Knight in another one with Ric Flair not long ago. So we're seeing wrestlers popping up in adverts. This is not out of the blue. This is what that talent agency, this Paradigm talent agency can do. And of course, we're seeing Zebros for CM Punk and Roman Reigns. We're seeing Liv pop up in that Tokyo Bad Lieutenant little cameo thing she's doing over there. We're seeing Street Fighter with Roman and Cody. There's lots of outside of WWE projects that are happening. I wouldn't be shocked if they turned around to Liv and said, look, we can do a music video and a track and, kind of see what the interest is like. And she might have even said, I can't really sing. No, it doesn't matter. 99% of people that release music can't really sing. We've got auto-tune, and with us, we'll do a really good video and we'll find a way around it. I don't know what the reaction to the track's like. I genuinely don't know. It's not one I'll be going back to, right? It's not something that I thought was good, but there will be fans of it, There will be fans of it. There's fans of the Pat stuff. So, there will be fans of that music track. And to be honest, if you look in the history of wrestlers releasing music, it's not that strong. You can find some good stuff. People, I think, like some of John's bits that he did. But you can kind of go back to the 90s when there was Simon Cowell working with WWE releasing was it the Superstars album? And there was like the WrestleMania track and all this guy. I actually had it. I had it on, had the single, and I also had the album that came out. So we have seen this before where wrestlers release music. It's normally pretty terrible. But you can get the occasional decent thing as well. So I wouldn't be shocked to find that it was just part of that. We'll try commercials. We'll try you in a movie. We'll try a track. And I think it would just come down to, look, what's the response? If people like it and they genuinely like it, perhaps she'll do some more. If not, tried it. Didn't work. Had a bit of fun with it. On to the next thing. So I just think it's that, to be honest with you, buds. Daze, same with TKO killing WWE like did with WCW. Raw, exciting. SmackDown is downhill. Too much celebrities, just like WCW. A lot of people saying that, yeah. A lot of people saying that it feels like WCW 2000, and that was actually trending a bit over the weekend. WCW 2000. I got to tell you, being compared to that is it's as bad as it gets. WCW in 2000 is seen as one of the lowest points for any promotion. Wrestling wise, it was just absolute car crash, just falling apart at the seams. So for so many people to be comparing it to that is obviously not a good thing. So, but we said this on Friday. I think we spoke about it in streams over the weekend. I've become numb to it, right, and that's bad. But the reason why I've become numb to it is because they had an opportunity on Friday to change direction. They could have pivoted. They could have done something different. They could have gone a different direction. They didn't. They doubled down. They absolutely stuck with the plan. And that's okay, if that's what they want to do. But it does leave you kind of going, well, I don't like this. I'm not a fan of this. I'm not having fun with this. I'm not enjoying this, right? If this was a promotion that I hadn't been watching my whole life, I would gladly walk away right now, right? No problem. I would walk away if this is not something that I'm enjoying. And when we talk about the different kinds of heats, this is that go away heat. This is that turn the TV off heat, Well, we tried complaining about it, and it didn't do anything, right? They doubled down on it. So that clearly doesn't work. So the only solution that's left is to not watch. So when people say stop watching, I mean, yeah, they're right. That is the solution. That is where we are now. Complaining about it does nothing. They like the noise. They like the noise. They like how annoyed people are. They're happy with it. They don't care about good heat, bad heat. They just want noise because they want people to know something is happening, and they want people to know WrestleMania is this weekend. So complaining does nothing. All these videos that people have done over the weekend, moaning about it, saying it's got worse. That's what they want. That's what they want. They want that noise. So when you don't, I mean, like, I can't stop watching because I've been watching since the 90s, and there's other stuff on the show that I do enjoy, right? So like tonight, not a chore, not a problem. No problem. Obafemi, going to be really good. Night 2, I think, will be good. Night 1, I think, will have its moments as well. But when we get to that kind of Randy, this is why if The Rock comes out, if Stone Cold comes out, bring everyone out from the Attitude, I'm just numb to it. I'm just absolutely numb to it because I'm not a fan of it. I haven't been enjoying it. I tried complaining about it. They didn't change direction. And so now we're in a situation where it's like, you've just got to take it or not watch. And I can't not watch. So, I mean, of course, we're going to be watching WrestleMania. So, I don't know, man. It's bad. It's bad. If you're enjoying it, fantastic. That's all I'll say. I don't want people to not enjoy it. Like, you do you. You do you. You enjoy it. You get something from it, right? If you can find a way of getting something from it. Because no, I mean, like, WWE don't want people being that sad. WWE don't want people to be like not tuning in. Like, that's their nightmare scenario. But yeah, I mean, if it wasn't for the case that I'd been watching since the early 90s, if I'd maybe got into this a few years ago and I didn't have that as deep a connection, I've got such a passion for this. I've been doing this channel 10 years. Do you know what I mean? That's how deep my connection goes. We were talking yesterday when we were watching WrestleMania 8 about me being a kid running around car boot sales, spending 20p, 50p trying to get old WrestleMania tapes. I mean, you just cannot just throw that away. The bond is too strong. And I know that is how many of you feel as well. I am not unique. That is how many, many people feel. And yeah, it's such a shame. It's such a shame. But I don't know. We'll see where it goes. And I just hope that it ends up working for, as many people as possible. Asgard Mike said Liv's song was about as good as KSI's Thick of It. I don't think I ever heard that, to be honest. Genuinely, I don't know. Wrestling Little Rise said, Daze, I'll be really interested to see the Google searches with other wrestlers compared to celebrities. I could imagine they beat quite a lot of the current roster, but does Shane beat him? I don't know, but I mean, that is why you do it, isn't it? That's the only reason why you do it, is to tap into their fan base. And as you said, if it comes down to Google searches and seeing like people's popularity, that's exactly what they want to tap into. It's not about, do they fit the story? Are they good for the story? Do the fans want it? Could we use a wrestler instead? Which we absolutely could. It's all to do with, can we reach a new audience? So, yeah, I completely agree. They probably would have good numbers on Google. If they didn't, then I'd have absolutely no idea why we were doing it at all. Lumion, shout out to you. Says, Daze, do we think WWE will deliver? Because the card does look stacked on paper with matches and in-ring matches, making up for like an underwhelming build and some backstage frustration. Do I think it will deliver? Well, I hope so. I mean, I'm at about a 5 at the moment. Night 2 doing the heavy lifting for me. I think that there is, I mean, like, Drew Jacob should be fun. Stephanie Liv should be fun. AJ Becky should be fun. I mean, there's lots of matches that I think should be really fun and I think will deliver. I'm expecting them to be like 7 out of 10 range. Maybe Drew Jacob a bit better, because that's going to be unsanctioned. So I'd imagine they'll fight around the stadium and should be, you know, really good. So maybe that can get to 8, maybe even a bit more, 8.2. I'm not sure. I think for me, though, you know, it's Ober Brock, isn't it? That's in a different league. And then I look at like Seth Gunther, not much of a build, but when that bell rings, they're both so amazing in the ring. Like, it could really deliver. A bit worried about the women's tag match. Don't know what to expect out of that. Not expecting a banger. Ladder match for the Intercontinental should be good. Not expecting much out of the Vision. Obviously not expecting much out of Cody Randy. So yeah, I think overall it should deliver. Overall it should deliver. And I think that I'm hoping tonight is going to kind of reinforce that fact, yes. So, Lumion, shout out to you, my friend. Tayton said, I stopped watching after WrestleMania 41. Well, to be honest with you, Birds, that was probably the right call. Because a lot of people would say 2025 was not a good year. And I saw green shoots, and then we just absolutely hit an iceberg, and, you know. So, it kind of felt pretty okay, actually. Kind of felt like there was some stuff happening that felt a little better. But I asked a question online the other day about, has this year so far been better than last year? And the response I got online, I just need to go back to the poll. Don't know where the poll's gone now. But it came out that people weren't feeling like it was much better. Was it a while ago now that I did that poll? Perhaps it was a while ago. Yeah, it basically... Oh, here we go. Oh, no. These are all about SmackDown and people telling me what they thought about SmackDown. Must have been a good few weeks back now, though. But basically, people were saying... Yeah, there it is. Found it. I was starting to doubt I'd done it then, but it was March 29th. So we had 135 votes. Do we think 2026 is better than 2025? Basically came out, no, just edging it. But it was about 50-50. It's about 50-50. Not tons of responses. Would be good to get more responses. But about 50-50. Which isn't great when you think about how much criticism there was for 2025. So actually stepping away from WrestleMania 41, probably not the worst decision. I can't say that you've missed, you know, some of the best WWE stuff that we've ever been treated to, you know. But fingers crossed, fingers crossed that they do deliver this weekend. Cosmic said, justice for Road Dogg. I don't know, but honestly, I just think that it was bad. I mean, like, it wasn't this bad. But I don't think that SmackDown has got better. It's obviously got worse. But part of the reason why it's got worse is because of Pat's involvement. And apparently that was due to Ari Emanuel. So that would have happened anyway. So, you know, Road Dogg wouldn't have been able to have stopped that. So you still would have ended up with the stuff that's caused the most upset. And I don't know, maybe some of the rest of the show might have been a little better in places, but we were watching SmackDowns when he was there, and they were like 5.5 out of 10. To me, he's not the answer. I think it's just the shows were at least a little bit better when he was around, but then he didn't have the Pat stuff to deal with. If he was there now, he would have the Pat stuff to deal with, because he wouldn't be able to override that. Mohammed said, I think Liv should leave WWE, maybe work with Paradigm permanently. Her impact is nowhere to be found in storylines for now. Liv Steph, don't find Liv threatening figure till now, says Mohammed. Okay. King Gamer said, when Pat said he wants to bring back the Attitude Era, was that out of just true want or ignorance? Was the Attitude Era and Monday Night Raws the only time the majority of the fans were all happy, says King Gamer. I just think that that's when a lot of fans, certainly Pat's age, would have got into it. I mean, that he will have got into wrestling in the Attitude Era, and then I think a lot of what's followed has probably not been as satisfying, and that's probably the truth, right? And I can understand that argument. Randy has been champion, 14 times? And Pat's talking about a time before Randy. So the idea that Randy as champion is going to take us back to the Attitude Era is nonsense, because he's already been 14-time champion, and that clearly wasn't good enough, because Pat is not talking about going back to 2009 Randy, is he? He's talking about going back to a time before Randy was even around. So that's nonsense. Plus also, you're sort of dismissing where we have been with the Bloodline recently, which I think a lot of fans would say was a really great time. I mean, fans were not down on 2023, or 2024. These are seen as really good periods for WWE, 2022, 2023, 2024. Coming out of the pandemic, really getting stuck into Bloodline. Fans really enjoyed that time period. So obviously dismissing that is a shame as well. And so, that's nonsense. But the other nonsense is the fact the Attitude Era was not PG. So you kind of want to go back to a product that's not PG, and you somehow want to deliver that within the confines of a PG rating, because we ain't changing the rating. We're not going to move away from being PG. That would damage our relationship with advertisers and sponsors. And, this attracts the most sponsors and advertisers because we're family friendly. And we didn't have to worry about that in the Attitude Era. So again, trying to go, talking of going back to that, it's nonsense. So it's noise. And at the end of the day, that's what it is. It's noise. Making lots of noise and generating a lot of attention, and, just hoping that is going to result in engagement, ticket sales, and that it's going to, result in WrestleMania being a bigger deal than it was before that noise was made. That's the only thing that I can think is why we've done it. Create the noise, create the heat, and then of course there'll be some comeuppance at some point. Pat will get his comeuppance. We know he's not going to stick around because he'll have to go back and do football. So be it at WrestleMania or be it at some point in the summer, maybe SummerSlam, he'll get his comeuppance, and they're hoping that that's going to satisfy and that people will be like, good, I'm glad he's gone, I hated that guy. He'll pop up again in the future. We're too smart now. We know that he ain't going to be gone for goods. He'll pop up again next year. He's going to be their go-to guy. Like, Ari loves him, and because he's got his show, he can use him whenever. This is why I keep saying, like, for me, if he gets his backside beaten up at WrestleMania, it's not going to satisfy. We're not getting rid of this guy. It's not like the nightmare ends, right? So, to me, I'm just numb to it. So, yes, I think that was... I can sort of understand. There's been a lot of people saying they want to go back to the Attitude Era over the years. So, I can sort of understand, but trying to shoehorn that into this story is just nonsense. I'm expecting Rock for Roman Punk, said Eric. Okay. But maybe The Rock takes out Roman and that sets up next year's Mania. Yeah, interesting. Because I think there is an opportunity to set up next year's WrestleMania this year. I agree with that. I think there is an opportunity to do that. Next year, apparently the Saudis have offered The Rock more money than any wrestler has ever been offered for any match ever. So they really do want that match. So to actually finish this year's Mania with maybe Roman with the belt staring up the ramp as The Rock kind of looks at him and goes, Oh, I'll take that as we kind of start the build towards that match. Of course, The Rock would go away again, right? It would just be like, why has he done that? And of course, we're going to hear from Roman on SmackDown as he comments about the explosive ending to WrestleMania. And Roman could be on SmackDown saying, like, this has been a long time coming. Some of you might not know, but, me and The Rock have been drifting apart, certainly since I kind of changed my ways a little. He wants me to act a certain way, and because I've not been falling in line, there's been a division. I think it's worth you guys knowing. I'm hopeful that we can, repair this, but it's probably worth you knowing there is an issue. And then, we can explore that. And of course, we start on the road towards, Roman. So yeah, I think there's definitely an option there, a way forward that we could do something. Netforce said, why can't we get the same creative level for SmackDown that we've got for Raw? Well, they have different writing teams, don't they? There's different writing teams, and I think that is a big point of difference. So yeah, it would be interesting to see. If we could use some of that team to try and help out. I mean, I don't know if they're already a bit overworked on Raw, but it does feel like SmackDown needs some support. Yeah. I don't know if Triple H is just trying to get through this WrestleMania season, maybe look at it once we get past it, Because obviously right now you're locked in. I mean, you can't change anything now. You're locked in. Deliver tonight, deliver Friday, get to WrestleMania, deliver WrestleMania. And then really, you've got a clean slate, haven't you? You can sort of do what you want from that point. There will be stuff penciled, of course. We know it looks like Io Asuka is going to be at Backlash. We know that the tag match, the Randy Pat tag match, is heavily rumored for Backlash. So, there's things that are obviously penciled in. You might have some commitments that you can't get out of. But by and large, you should still be able to, fix the show. I think part of the problem with SmackDown is it's not just the Pat segments. I mean, there's lots of, if you look out on Cage Match and from the community's scores, you can see that they're really low. The match quality is poor at the moment on SmackDown as well. That's not helping. Do you know, I do think Carmelo's Open Challenge has really hidden some of SmackDown's problems. I mean, even with some of that stuff that was happening, SmackDown was still not getting a great rating, and we had Carmelo putting on bangers each week. We don't have that now. We've lost that, and we've gained Pat. So it's not hard to see as to why the show has just collapsed in a heap. But they've got to fix it. I agree. They've got to find a way forwards. Rage Warrior, hello, said, I think all the social media stuff has really hurt the build this year. As a lifetime WWF WWE fan, I trust that WWE and the wrestlers will step up for the showcase of the Immortals. Aren't they afraid that the terrible ending for night one with Pat could ruin the vibe and atmosphere of night two, says Mr. Fawlty. Well, I mean, clearly no. Clearly they're not. I would imagine that this is... I am actually really confident that Pat gets his comeuppance. I mean, normally when you generate this kind of heat, it obviously leads to, the heel getting theirs. I think the belief is that it's ultimately the fans are going to look back and think it was worth it. I think that is genuinely the belief. I mean, even Pat has been saying that on his show. Pat has been saying, you will look back on this and you will thank me for saving wrestling, and there will be documentaries made about this when all is said and done. So I feel like even Pat is teasing, like, when this is done, you are going to enjoy it, right? So even he is saying that. And you might remember Michael Cole said the other day as well on, I think it was last week's Raw, Michael Cole said, I was really disappointed with what Pat did, but I'm going to keep my comments to myself. I'm going to wait and see where this goes. And I said as well, that felt like WWE saying to us, please wait and see where this goes. So I don't know. I mean, it would be wise for them to give the fans something at WrestleMania for them to, feel a sense of relief about. And, give them something so that, it's not going to cause heartache and everything. Randy could win. They could celebrate. Someone could come down and help Cody. If it turns out to be Jelly Roll that does it, lead into that tag match, and if they are just going to be that tone deaf, then, well, they deserve everything they're going to get. But I have to have confidence that's not the plan. Surely. I mean, surely there's going to be something better than that they've got up their sleeve to, help the fans out. But we'll see. We'll see what they end up running with. Tommy said, I think WWE need new stars. The old stars are good, but I think WWE need to refresh. Well, they're looking to do that, aren't they, with Oba? And obviously we've been building up Dominic. We were trying to build up Bron Breakker. So, Trick Williams is obviously going up against Sami. He's getting a title opportunity at WrestleMania. There's a lot that's kind of happening at the moment in regards to trying to build new stars. Gunther as well, you can say. He's been on the main roster a few years, obviously. And he is going up against Seth. A lot of people expecting him to be the one that retires Brock at SummerSlam. So there's obviously a big plan in place there. So Javon in the ladder match as well. So I think they are trying. I think there is an effort, but no one has quite made it to the top of the card, have they? It's the usual suspects. I suppose Randy is not used to being there. He hasn't been up there since, I think, WrestleMania 30 in a main event. So I certainly don't begrudge Randy being there, but we can hardly call him a new star. So Cody, Randy, Punk, Roman, those are your main event stars. So, but I think they are trying. I think they are trying to bring some people through. Wouldn't be shocked if Oba is one of those people next year. Wouldn't be shocked if he was in the mix next year. Big Time said, Daze, all the blame seems to be on TKO, but what if creative is thinking we've got nothing for SmackDown main event scene? We've got a tag match, Pat, Cody, filling in till spring, summer. They go Cody, Randy at SummerSlam. I don't know. I mean, I can't really comment about what they're thinking or what they're going to be doing. I mean, I think they need a draft. I mean, I would urge that they get a draft done after WrestleMania. You're obviously not going to do it on the Raw or the SmackDown after Mania, but try and get it in as quick as possible. You might need to get Backlash out the way, because I think Backlash is actually early May. So you might need to get Backlash out the way, because there's not much time. I think there's like 2 weeks between WrestleMania and Backlash. So get that out the way, and then I would strongly urge get a draft done, hit that refresh button, and start again. It really does feel like it needs a bit of a shake-up. And there is rumours of JC and a few names, I can't remember off the top of my head, it's only unseen. There's about 4 names from NXT that are rumoured to be on their way soon to the main roster, so that could be a much-needed refresh as well. Amy said, Daze, what if after WrestleMania there's a title match and it's Hell in a Cell and it's Randy Roman? If they both win at Mania, that could be a banger. I'd be down for that. Randy versus Roman could be really fun. So definitely down for that. Triple A said, Daze, the Pat thing, is it booked by Triple H? I would think so, yes. How is Triple H telling Pat to say bad things about him and WWE? Also, after the fans' heat, do we think Triple H didn't change the plan because there was no time left for Mania? No. I don't think he changed the plan, because I think that this is a plan that's in place. I think Ari Emanuel, the more we're hearing, the more it seems like he did put Pat in that position. So, and the belief is that it was to create synergy with ESPN, right? Because ESPN have not been too impressed with the numbers that have been generated. Because obviously they spent a lot of money on the premium live events. Now, I don't think they've been blown away by the return. So actually, by getting Pat, to come in, who's a fan of wrestling and has worked with WWE before, and his show is on ESPN. Bring him in. Ari likes him anyway. Bring him in, put him in a top story, get him to, talk about the product on his show, create noise, and, off we go. And I think, the fact that Triple H hasn't, done anything is partly down to the fact he can't really. I do think he is kind of booking this. I mean, I don't think Ari's booking it. I think Ari just wants Pat involved. I don't think Ari's necessarily saying, I want him doing this, I want him doing that. So I do think that Triple H has got a degree of ability as to steering the ship, right? But he can't drastically change course. He can't drastically, because, this thing's heading to Randy Pat against Cody and Jelly Roll. And that match is at Backlash. And so I'd imagine that's in the books. I can't see that being a match that we avoid. And I think what Triple H can do, though, is okay, if this is what we're doing and it's creating buzz, it's creating noise, then we've got to keep going with this. But how can I give something to the fans at WrestleMania? What can I do at Mania that's going to put smiles on faces? Because right now there ain't many smiles on faces. So I think Triple H has got the ability to do that. But once we're past that, I think we do go to the tag match. So it's a little bit like you're moving forwards. You can turn a bit to the left. You can turn a bit to the right, but you can't turn the ship totally around. You can maybe avoid some icebergs that are coming by just doing this, but you can't just completely turn the ship around. That's how I think Triple H, or the situation Triple H is in right now. He's got to keep going with this, and he can do slight alterations, but can't do a 180 on the story. So, I think, the true story of this will emerge one day, and it will be very interesting to get the details on that. I suppose with this story, Triple H has been given something really terrible, to deal with. And we've now got to trust and hope that Triple H has got the creative abilities to make this as painless as possible. And to be honest with you, I don't trust him. If you look at 2025 and look at how a lot of 2026 has gone, I don't think anyone's got much confidence in this creative team. If you give them something really terrible, it's probably just going to stay terrible, because I don't think they can creatively find a way of making it work. So I don't know, man. It is what it is. I don't keep going on about it. I'm not actually trying to keep talking about this subject, but people keep bringing us back to it with different questions about it, and that's fine. I know it's the big talking point, but I'd much rather be sat here talking about positive things. I'd much rather be sat here talking about, I don't know, the Intercontinental match, or how great AAA was, or things like that, rather, or what do we think WWE World will be like, or anything like that. But obviously, understandably, people want us to keep going back to the kind of, because it's the big talking point, isn't it? It's the big talk. It'd be like streaming during the end of 97 and trying to avoid talking about the Montreal Screwjob. You ain't going to be able to do it. People want to talk about the Montreal Screwjob. People want to talk about this Pat situation. I just can't give you any positive spin or any positive vibes from it, because it's happening. We can't get out of it. And, what will be, will be. We just have to trust that Triple H can put in some stuff that's going to put some smiles on some faces, as we just have to go along for the ride. Daze, the IWC is making Julia come off like a female Stone Cold, but she's getting crickets. No one cares. We can't say they haven't tried. Julia's not maximizing her minutes. Is she a failed project? No. She's not a failed project, because I think, you have to adjust. You have to come from NXT and you have to adjust to the main roster. The other thing as well is that unless you're an Oba or someone like Javon that's got this really eye-catching moveset, it's hard to get over. It's really difficult for fans to care about you. Well, obviously the IWC do, because they watched her in NXT, and some even watched her before that when she was over in Japan and popping up in other promotions. I mean, Julia was one of those names that you heard about before she joined WWE. And so people are familiar with her work and they're fans of her, and those fans are obviously being vocal online saying she deserves better and all that kind of stuff. I do think that what she's done on the main roster is very disappointing, but you have to say, what opportunity has she really been given? I mean, what are those kind of great singles matches that she's been given? Where are those great, where are those PLE singles matches without advert interruptions that get a decent amount of time against a good opponent where she can really show what she can do? I'd love to see her at a Saturday night's main event or on this WrestleMania card. I mean, it's 2 days in a really good match. Imagine Julia against Io and just how satisfying that could be. I mean, that could not only be a great match, but it could also really get some momentum going for Julia, because I'm sure that match would bang. And, I know that you can't face an Io every week, but equally, we know there's issues with SmackDown. That women's division is bare bones. I mean, she's been having to feud with Chelsea, who's a heel. They're both heels because we just don't have any baby faces. Tiffany came back, but I mean, Tiffany went stale last year. I think she needed that break. She's come back. Maybe she's going to have come back and she'll be reinvigorated. So I'm certainly not saying that, that's a bad thing that she had that break. I think it's a great thing. But, yeah, I mean, give me Tiffany Julia. I'd take that at WrestleMania. Let's see how that goes. I'd have my concerns. I mean, Tiffany against Charlotte last year was not a great match. It was okay. But, I mean, it was not a great match. It was not one of Charlotte's great WrestleMania matches. And obviously they'd had some real life heat anyway. But I don't know, man. I just look at Julia. I always think it's hard to adjust. It's always hard to get over. Certainly if you don't have that Oba aura, or you don't have a moveset like Javon, where it's like, oh my God, look at this. This is crazy. I don't think Julia really has that. And she's got the language barrier as well. I think her English I think she's got some, but it's obviously limited. So, yeah, I think she's not really had the opportunity yet to show what she can do. I think they've mishandled her. I can't really put it any other way, really. It's hard to say that because she's now a 2-time United States champion, but I don't think anyone really cares. I don't think anyone really looks at that as being an achievement, because she wasn't really built up for it. She just got it. It wasn't like she was held back from getting it or she had to overcome obstacles to get it. It was all quite easy for her to get. And there's not much of a division there anyway. So, yeah, that's a bit of a frustration. I think Julia fans being frustrated that she's not made the card, I can understand. I think she deserves better. And I think because we know she's good in NXT, because we know she's a good talent, this is why I don't think, it's dead in the water. They just got to sort it out. She's on SmackDown. If anything, we should feel sorry for her. Anyone on SmackDown right now, I feel sorry for you. What do we make of Aleister Black and Zelina Vega being spotted in the background of the Randy Orton situation? Hello, Newcastle United for life. Yeah, it's interesting. I don't think too much to it because, I mean, they're heels. Maybe they would be interested in joining up with Randy. Perhaps they believe in the vision that is being built by Randy. I mean, because they're heels, I'm expecting them to want to team with Randy and maybe go after Cody. So it could be that we go in that direction. That wouldn't really make a great deal of sense, though, because I think Alistair's 5'9", 5'10". He's not 6 foot plus. And one of Pat's criticisms was that he has to watch 5'5" guys wrestling. I don't know who he's referring to. I don't know who's 5'5". I think that was an exaggeration. But he did go on to mention 6 foot plus guys. But that's not Aleister Black. So I don't know what's going on there. Part of me thinks because he's a heel, it feels like he'd be joining with Randy. But maybe we see a face turn. And maybe Alistair actually turns face. Perhaps they're kind of lost. They don't know what else to do with him as a heel. So perhaps they're going to maybe try a face turn. And, you know, maybe the comments that Pat made is going to upset Alistair. And Alistair then kind of turns face. That's another opportunity. Maybe a way forwards for Alistair and Zelina. Because they do seem very, very lost. They really don't. It doesn't seem like we know quite what to do with them at the moment either. But again, they're on SmackDown, and anyone that's on SmackDown I feel sorry for, because I don't think they really know what to do with anyone on SmackDown. Look at the situation they've got Sami in. I don't think that was by design. I don't think that they were thinking, oh, let's get Sami booed out the building. I just think it was incompetence. You know, they took the belt off Carmelo, thinking the fans were going to be with Sami. The fans were not with Sami. Sami now is kind of, you know, seen as kind of spoiling the Carmelo run, really. Getting a belt that he didn't need. I feel sorry for Sami. It's not his fault. Do you know what I mean? Like, Sami's just, you know, won a championship. And but because it got taken away from Carmelo, and certainly this close to WrestleMania, after Carmelo was the best thing on the show. Oh, he was the best thing on the show. Maybe that 1 week where Randy attacked Cody, you could say that beat Carmelo, but most weeks it was Carmelo. People were like feeling it, enjoying it. It was what they looked forward to because it was the best thing. And then Sami comes along, wins a belt he doesn't need. And the fans are like, oh, you know, don't want this guy. What we want, Carmelo. And now it looks like Carmelo's not going to be at WrestleMania. So, I don't know, man. Unless you're Trick, who's just not long been on the show, has not got much bad booking on you at this stage, and has got great aura and the fans are with you, I pretty much feel sorry for anyone else if they're on SmackDown. Do we think Becky's announcement could be revealing her and Seth's new brand of coffee? Maybe. Maybe. They might let her do that. I mean, to be honest, WWE did post a clip from Liv's music video. So, yeah, they might. Knowing WWE and TKO, though, they'd only allow it if they were going to get a cut of the profits. You know, they might not do it otherwise. Part of me does wonder if it's going to be something else to do with ticket sales being reduced, like ticket prices being reduced. For some reason, they do love heels being the ones to announce the ticket price reductions, right? So part of me does wonder if it's going to be that, or is she going to announce a stipulation? Could it be that we get a stipulation announced? And the stipulation's going to just make that match with AJ a bit more interesting. I think it could probably benefit from a stipulation. They've already faced once, and we've seen a normal match. This is the rematch, and the build has been a little flat. I mean, there's not really too much to this story so far. So, yeah, I would like to see them kind of do something there. I think there's definitely an opportunity to just make that match a bit spicier. So I personally would be down for a stipulation to that match. It could be the coffee thing. Could be. Absolutely. That was quite a big announcement for Becky and Seth. Whether WWE would allow it, I don't know. But it could also be something to do with, hey, good news. We're keeping 25% off the tickets this week. Please buy them. Please buy them. Please buy them. If you buy tickets, you get a kiss from Ari Emanuel himself. He will come round to your house and he will give you a lovely kiss. And it will be on the lips as well. It will be on the lips. That's how desperate we are for people to buy tickets. So we can't rule that out being an option as well. Adam, KDZ, shout out to you, my friend. Putting in a couple of super chats. I appreciate it. But Liam said, Daze, much love. These streams feel like home. Liam, thank you, my friends. Yes, I just wish that we didn't go on to the Pat stuff as much. I get why it keeps getting brought up, as I said. But yeah, I do want to focus on more positive things. There is stuff to be positive about with WWE. Tonight, I think, should be good. Genuinely. I think there's a lot of stuff happening on Raw that I'm engaged with. And over Brock being, probably at the very top. And I think everyone's excited for that. And that's going to be the first match on night 2 as well. So whatever goes down at the end of night 1, do you know what I mean? We're starting night 2 with that. So hopefully whatever happens, we can take the taste out of our mouths and, kind of start off with the match we're most hyped for. So that's good. Okay, Radiated Zombie said, with the start to the week, it's WrestleMania week. My internet has gone off. I can't get it fixed till Thursday. I've got to watch Raw on my phone and switch between the stream and Netflix at time. Oh my God, you're having a nightmare, buds. Radiated Zombie, sorry to hear that, buds. Ronnie says, you and I are battling in a 3 stages of hell match. Drew over Drew, Cody WrestleMania, but after Sunday we get a clean slate. Hopefully Hunter keeps the glue from melting for 7 more days. Well, yes, I think everything's melting at the moment. So yeah, as we said, there's lots to be positive about as well. WrestleLandy said, Daze, the music community must be reacting to Liv singing like the wrestling fans are with celebrities being in matches. Yeah, that's true. Why can't we all just stick in our lane? Why have we got singers like Jelly Roll trying to wrestle? We got wrestlers like Liv trying to sing. Like, what is this? What is this world? The hell's going on? I don't know. Yeah, maybe they're just scratching their heads. Like, I mean, it's worse though in the singing world. I mean, like, I think of all the charity singles and all the nonsense that's happened in like music. Anyone can just pick up, make music at home. So I mean, they've got it much worse than we have, to be honest. I mean, anyone can wrestle at home, but it ain't getting shown on WWE TV. But like, when it comes to music, God, the amount of nonsense that gets put out all the time, So, yeah, I wonder if there will be anyone in the music world that reviews that Liv track. I hope for Liv's sake it doesn't get reviewed. Wyatt said, dear God, I just listened to that Liv song. It's so awful. I think fans over glazed wrestlers. Well, I don't know. Honestly, I've not seen the reaction to it, so I can't say as to... I can't say, honestly, as to what the reaction is. I don't know if people are enjoying it, not enjoying it. I know my reaction to it was not a positive one. I think it's quite clear that she doesn't have, like, a powerful sing. When I saw she dropped a track, I was like, has she got, like, this really great voice that we don't know about? And I listened to it, I was like, oh, no, she doesn't. It was kind of more, not spoken. I mean, it's sort of spoken sung. It's quite bratty. It's a bit like Avril Lavigne, that, hey, you, I'm gonna be your girlfriend. It's not really like, and do you know what I mean? She ain't got them abilities to like be blasting out Will My Heart Go On. Was that even that song? I don't think it was, actually. Was that Bodyguard? I don't know. But like, she hasn't. She's not carrying that kind of power. So I don't know what the response has been to it. Good luck to her. God bless her. They're invading our world, so we'll invade theirs. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do now. That's what we're gonna do. I think Akira Tozawa should start an NFL podcast show, right? Called the Akira Tozawa Show, and that should air daily on ESPN. And that's where you go to get all your football information. We've got Liv Morgan going into music. She should probably start doing country. Yeah. Call herself Jelly Jump or something. Yeah. So we're coming after his job. You want to come after wrestlers' jobs? We're coming after your job now. Yeah. So quite the development, wasn't it? Connor said, Daze, would you prefer to turn Trick into a babyface if Trick does somehow beat Sami at WrestleMania? Because the fans love Trick. Yeah, I don't mind, honestly. I mean, I'm not a big fan of like heel face. This is why I was so opposed to like doing it with Cody, because I just think that I've seen it happen too many times where people go heel face, heel face, heel face. Like, it really should mean something when people turn. And if you do it too many times, it just loses its, luster. So, but I think where we are right now, I mean, you just can't look at the responses to Sami. I mean, it is loud boos for Sami. And this is starting to be in different cities as well. I mean, there comes a point where I don't think you can turn the ship around, and so I think for Sami, these responses are just forcing him to turn, and you could say the responses for Trick are going to force him to turn. So apparently it has been discussed to kind of do that double turn. So yeah, I wouldn't be against it. Right, Netforce said, do we think that Oba should have a little run going undefeated? I really like Oba right now. Yeah. I think he should win at Mania, definitely. I think that you've got someone here that the fans connect with, not really because they know him or his story. This connection is actually not a deep connection. It's very surface because he's not been in very long. This is just a wrecking machine. This is just a big guy that's walking a very confident strut as he makes his way down. Entrance music just hits. The presentation is just 10 out of 10, 11 out of 10, 20 out of 10. And it is very surface level. So I think that if he starts getting losses and you start messing around with him a bit, you do run the risk of going into the Braun Strowman territory. And what kind of happened with Braun is he had that aura. And he was seen as, the monster amongst men. But we messed around with it a bit too much. He could have had a bit of a gimmick and a backstory. And we could have done something very interesting. I think we made him a bit too human. I think we kind of put him into some positions where he ended up kind of losing matches, losing feuds. And it just kind of really damaged that aura. And I do think there is a risk that you could do that with Oba as well. So I hope that they give him a very interesting backstory. I hope that he is someone that the fans can get a connection with on a deeper level. You can't have that right now because you don't know much about him and he's not been around very long. And so here he is at his first WrestleMania going up against Brock Lesnar. I think you do run the risk, of course, in some damage if he loses. There was a bit of a chatter when this match was first announced of how do you book it? Do you do a double count out or something like that? Because the word on the street is they want to keep Brock strong until we get to SummerSlam, because when we get to SummerSlam, that's where Brock's expected to retire to Gunther, and you kind of want Gunther to benefit from beating Brock. And if Brock's lost at WrestleMania, is it going to be as big of an achievement? So I don't know. The booking of this is going to be very interesting, but I really don't think you can afford for Oba to suffer the loss here. Not unless he's going to get a win at Backlash. If he loses here, there is one way you could do it, right? There is one way you can do it, but I don't think they're going to do this. You can have him lose at WrestleMania, and we have spoke about this before, right? This is not a new idea that we've had. But you could have Oba lose at WrestleMania. People will be disappointed. You have Oba come out and say he knew this was going to be his biggest challenge, and he knew that overcoming Brock was going to be, this was going to tell him where he was, basically. He's got that answer, but he's got other answers. And that is, he knows how to beat Brock. He knows exactly where he went wrong. And even though he didn't get the win at WrestleMania, he got something more meaningful. And that is that the one area of weakness that Oba had, he now knows how to fix. So what we do is we have Oba go on a tear in the summer, looking good, and then he challenges Brock at SummerSlam and beats him well. And that is a way that you can have Oba lose at WrestleMania, but ultimately the story work, because Oba goes on a journey where I thought I could do it. I knew it was going to be my toughest challenge, but, there was something wrong. And, you don't really have to specify what it is, but you could just dig into something like cardio. You could have Oba look good in the early stages, but as the match goes on, Oba could fade. And as he fades, Brock gets the win. And so Oba knows that strength and power is not good enough on its own. He's got to improve his cardio. Focus on that throughout the summer. Do the rematch at SummerSlam. Match can go long to the point where, this is where he was struggling. The great thing about this is it's very New Japan, because with New Japan, they actually do tell stories kind of within matches. I remember Kenny Omega trying to hit the one-winged angel on Okada, and he could never get it. And people were like, if he hits that move, he's gonna win. I mean, like, he just can't hit his finishing move. But if he could hit it, he will get the victory over Okada. Like, it was so close between them, and he kept trying for the one win, and he couldn't get it. And he does hit it in one of the matches. And I'm not gonna tell you what happened, because that's the whole point. Like, you can tell stories within matches that are just as engrossing as the actual build itself of how we got to the match. So if you had a situation where Oba was gassed and he knew that was his problem and he fixed it and he got the match at SummerSlam and the match goes long, what happens? Is he going to gas again? Well, of course not. This time you'd give him the win, yeah? But I think, there is a way forward. I don't expect them to do any of that. I don't expect any of that, because rumors are it's going to be Gunther. So, of course, you're in a situation now where you're like, well, what do you do? Do you give a win to Oba, Brock loses, and then that means he's going to lose again against Gunther? Does that take a little bit away from Gunther? But to be honest, I just don't think you can afford to look at it that way. I just think you got to go with Oba, haven't you? You've just got to go with Oba, then build Brock up and make him an absolute monster. Just have him go on a tear, just wrecking everyone and everything, and just hope that, you can sort of build him back up for SummerSlam when he will fall to Gunther, or at least we believe that's the plan. Wayne said you could also have Brock cheat a little bit to win, rubbing it in Oba's face, then do the rematch at SummerSlam, and that's where Oba retires Brock. Yeah, that's another way, definitely. Wayne, S812, shout out to you. Corey said Adam Pearce could come out tonight and say it's obvious that this feud is bigger than this ring. So it's going to be Oba Brock at WrestleMania. Falls count anywhere. Yeah, he could come out. He could say that. Flame Fist said in multiple matches, I might add, I watched Okada, Kenny, and their whole feud in New Japan, and it was epic, said Flame Fist. Yeah, I mean, genuinely, those are really significant matches in the history of pro wrestling. I think a lot of people really regard that kind of series of matches as being sort of the modern day equivalent to Ric Flair against Ricky Steamboat. If you go back to, the kind of late 80s, early 90s, Ric Flair, Ricky Steamboat is sort of seen as, in-ring wise, the pinnacle of the business. But I think the modern equivalents from the 2010s would be Omega, Okada, New Japan, and they're incredible. They are absolutely incredible. I don't even know where you can find them, though. I mean, I know you can subscribe to New Japan Worlds. I don't know that you can just go on YouTube and watch them. But they are well worth it if you get a chance to watch any of their matches. I mean, it'd be better to watch them in order. And greater minds than mine can give you that order. I think it's Wrestle Kingdom first, then maybe Dominion, and I can't even remember where the third one went down. But greater wrestling minds than mine can give you the order of matches that they had. But fantastic, definitely well worth watching. Mohammed said, people saying that WWE need new stars, but this won't solve the issue because the current talent's good, but it's just not utilized well. Like Julia, she had a reputation before arriving, and WWE is trashing things. Do you know, I think you make an excellent point there, because we watched AAA at the weekends, and we saw one of the best wrestling moments of the year, and it involved Ludwig Kaiser and Chad Gable. And if you think that those two are not two massive names, you know, people like them, but, you know, we've got bigger names. But what I saw on Saturday was just one of the best wrestling angles I've seen in so long. I mean, you had Chad win his match. Then I believe this comedian at ringside, who I think was blind. I don't know the guy because he's a Mexican comedian, but he looked blind. Well, Chad goes over to him, grabs him, pulls him over the barricade, gets him in an ankle lock, right? What I love as well is that this guy was not being Mr. Tough Guy. You know, like how the celebrities always want to get something in, right? Because of, I don't know, bravado or whatever. Well, this guy was like talking to the announcer and I think was just saying, you know, OG Americano sucks. El Grande's better, blah, 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 whatever. Well, Chad goes over, grabs him, pulls him over the barricade, gets him into this ankle lock. The guy's screaming in pain, right? Screaming in pain. The announcer, I don't know her name. She's the interviewer announcer for AAA. She doesn't quite know what to do. No one's coming down, so she slaps OG Americano. He lets go of the hold. He kind of looks over at her, kind of goes walking after her. Don't know what he was going to do to her, but she's obviously like this. I didn't know this, but apparently she's the real life partner of Ludwig Kaiser, which I didn't know. I knew he'd broke up with Tiffany, but I don't really follow people's personal lives like that. Although, did you hear about Jada Parker and Jey Uso? Oh my God. Anyway, apparently Ludwig comes out like a bullet from a gun. Like, he doesn't just come over and turn him around. He just, it is like someone shot him at Chad Gable. I mean, I would expect like a human cannon where, you know, like a t-shirt one, but one that could have humans. Because the way that he went at OG Americano was like, you know, when Bron Breakker's coming running down, delivering his spears. Like, it was like that. But, I mean, this was just pure hatred. Yeah? Just, it was so... There was nothing about it that felt fake, scripted. It was just... They were just... I mean, shirts were getting ripped. And there's an amazing bit where Ludwig's in the ring. And his shirt's all ripped open. He's just, like, standing there with his arms out. And you're like, ah! It's just, it was just perfection. Every aspect of it was just, lovely. Lovely. And that is Chad Gable, Ludwig Kaiser, who can't even get on the WrestleMania show, right? And they're putting on a brawl and something that's like, you know, that satisfying. I mean, it was every bit, for me, as good as Randy Cody when they came to blows, and that was great. I won't ever say anything bad about that. I mean, for me, that's one of the big segments of the year. In fact, without really giving it much thought, they might be my two favorite segments of the year so far. Might be those two segments. It was that good, that satisfying. So I think when you say the concern is not the talent, it's the way the talent's being used. It's impossible to argue with. I can't argue with it. I wouldn't even want to. I think we've got such an amazing roster. And you're right. When Julia came in, there was so much excitement. But I mean, you look at Carmelo and Sami and Trick, and I mean, you just look at the roster, and it's just dripping with potential, dripping with so much talent. You know, people that can tell stories, and, you know, can do more than what they're being given at the moment. So, yes, I completely agree. Thankfully, Raw has been in a much better place than SmackDown, though. So, again, I have to go back to what I've been saying, and that is that we should be good tonight. This should be okay tonight. People chatting amongst themselves, which I genuinely love seeing. RTX said, did you see the super chat I just sent? No, but I can get to them. Alex said 3 years with this team. Daze, let's go. Alex can't drive 55. Shout out to you, my friends. Thank you, buds. I really appreciate the support, and good having you around. I hope you're excited for the show we've got coming up tonight. We don't know loads about what's going down, actually. I can't sit here and give you a long list of segments, but we know there's going to be a lot of confrontations. RTX said, do we think Pat will turn up tonight and go after CM Punk after what was said last week? I don't, to be honest. I mean, I don't expect him to show up here. I think they're using him for Fridays. I think they're using him for building Cody and Randy. I don't know that Cody or Randy are on this show tonight. In fact, that whole back and forth with Punk is a bit strange because it's just not really needed. I mean, I get why Punk took some shots at Pat. And, you know, I suppose Pat just felt like he needed to respond. But it is crazy. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if Triple H turned around to the both of them and went, guys, we're not building a match between you and Pat. So why are you wasting my TV time by going off on each other? Like, I need to build, like, CM Punk Roman. So that's where I need your focus being. And I need to build Randy Cody. So Pat, that's where I need your focus being. Maybe if we were building to Punk versus Pat, it would make sense. But yeah, a few words exchanged between them. I'm not sure it's going to lead to anything more. But the problem you've got is CM Punk just going to be able to let those comments from Pat slide? But you've got to stop it somewhere, haven't you? Because as we said, we ain't building to a match between them. We know that Backlash, Pat's in a tag match. So, I mean, it's not like Backlash is going to be Pat versus CM Punk, and no one wants to see that anyway. So, no, I'm not expecting to see him tonight. Please just give me a show off. I've only got Raw. I mean, there is NXT as well, to be honest. But WWE, don't you dare. Don't you dare. Jesse said, I'm going to be on FaceTime with a friend for Raw. Oh, a friend. Oh, Jesse, I hope it goes well. Yeah. I'm going to miss chatting with you guys. Listen, Jesse, it's understood. But I will be on the stream chat for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Well, see you there, Jesse. Good luck. Yeah. I hope it goes well. Triple A said, Daze, the hatred and the heat that Triple H has been getting for some time now, continuously. I think Triple H knows about it. Oh, yeah, I'm sure. Yes, I'm sure. He doesn't have to look hard, does he? I'm sure he's got Twitter. Perhaps not liking the decisions. How is he feeling? It's the majority of his decisions. I think part of it comes with the territory. So, you know, if you was like the head creative person, you know that every decision you make is going to get a backlash to some degree. So I think he's in, like, you know, a bad spot at the moment, especially because it's all right getting 20% backlash, 30% backlash, you know, if you're still pleasing the majority. But if the majority online are saying this is bad, and I'm not even talking about the Pat thing, I'm just talking about 2025. A lot of what went down, most people seem to be against. You know, he probably knows there's a problem. And I think we saw him trying to fix it when he changed the creative teams earlier this year. I mean, that to me was confirmation that he knew there was a problem. The problem, though, is that does not guarantee the fixing of the problem, does it? You can change the creative team, like make that woman, Alexandria, the head writer for Raw. Obviously, Road Dogg ended up going, which I think was Road Dogg's choice. But, you know, I think the changes to the creative teams doesn't necessarily guarantee that you're going to fix your problems. And then, of course, you got TKO seemingly getting involved by putting Pat in and whatnot. So, yeah, it's, I would imagine, like, he would obviously want it to be better received online. And I would imagine that he's going to do what he can to try and, provide a product that everyone enjoys. The only thing I would say is I think he's probably been trying to do that anyway. And I think he's always going to try and do what he thinks and believes is in the right interest of the business. But you just never know how these things are going to be received, are you? I mean, we just spoke about potentially having Oba lose at WrestleMania so that he can win at SummerSlam. Well, if you did that, could you imagine the reaction to Oba losing at WrestleMania? I might have an idea as to the story that we're going to go on. And I might have an idea as to where this is going to lead. But could you imagine the reaction to, oh my God, does this guy know what he's doing? He's just had Oba lose at WrestleMania. What an idiot. You can't tell me that's good. In no world is this good. You could... Even though you've got a story that makes sense and ultimately it's going to benefit Oba and he'll be the one that retires Brock, or do you know what I mean? Like, he's going to get it back there, and this is just, the story you want to tell for this. You can imagine the backlash after that result. So he's gonna do what he thinks is right within the confines of, if rumors are to be believed, he didn't want Pat, right? So that's been thrust on him. But he's going to do what he thinks is right, because he's going to believe in where it's going. And again, the vision thing didn't work out, but we had injuries. I mean, we don't know how that would have ended up. So unfortunately, it never quite clicked. And before it really could, his battleship got sunk because of injuries. Seth getting removed was never the plan, was it? So, that him being removed when he did kind of forces him to go down a different road. So I do think creative is hard. I would never sit here and say it's not difficult, but I don't think that can be used as an excuse. Like, that's the job. Like, that's why you get paid so well. Like, it's a good wage that he's on, and it's a job that millions of people would love. People love getting their figures and using those to tell stories. Imagine being able to do that with real life wrestlers. I mean, it's a dream job for many people. So it's hard. Yeah, it's hard. That's part of the job. You still have to find a way of making it work, even with those challenges of that person doesn't like that person. Which he said in an interview in Cody, when he sat down with Cody, he said, I wish people knew how hard it was. They want me to do this and this, but they don't know that that person hates that person and they won't work together. So that goes on. That happens. There are people that just don't want anything to do with certain other people. And as wrestling fans, we might not think that that is a thing, but it is a thing. So if Oba does take care of Brock again tonight, it's going to make Brock look weak. He's got to get it back before Mania, said Z-Smoke, to believe that he's got a chance. I'm upset that EO has been left off the card, said Meek. If of the card, Nikki was cleared of her injury. I don't know if she's been cleared. I haven't seen any words on that at the moment. So, yeah, we'll have to keep our eyes peeled on that news. What I do know is that EO deleted her challenge to Asuka. So people are now looking at that going, it's over. It's done. She would not have deleted her challenge if that match was still going to be going ahead. So I think it's not looking good for EO and Asuka at WrestleMania. Let Him In said there is still a business and you sometimes have to work with people you don't like. That is true. That is true. I mean, I would imagine this is people quite high up though, because I don't think people low down have got that kind of power. If you're lower down the card, I don't think that you've got the ability to, call your shot that way. I don't think you've got the ability to say I am and I am not going to be working with this or that person. But if you are a little bit higher up the cards and you've got a bit of star power about you, then maybe you can kind of agree and disagree with who you're going to compete with. Daze, the problem is Julia's facing Jordan before injury. She faced the same problem. Little depth. Jade has got no challengers. I agree. Stephanie, Raquel, non-stop. Yeah. Becky feuding with AJ and Maxine for 6 months. Yeah. I agree. Matt Pete said Triple H also does something more important than creative. If you look at how he handles relationship with wrestlers in Unseen, both encouragement and constructive criticism when things don't go right. Yeah, that's a good point, that is. Where, you know, I think because he's been a wrestler, he kind of knows, he knows about, like, how things can affect people. And I think that there is... But then some people would say that might be part of a weakness, because is he too nice with certain talent? You know, Vince was always putting a rocket at people. You know, Vince would be going off on people all the time. You know, you had to reach a certain standard for Vince. Is Triple H too nice? But then, is this a world where you have to be like that, you know? I think there is a concern that the amount of poor matches and the amount of underperformance that we've witnessed is not being held accountable. Who is telling the wrestlers, you better book your ideas up, otherwise there might not be a job for you here? And as harsh as that sounds, sometimes, and I've worked with people like this, there are people in the world that need that kick up the backside. Like, there are people that need to be told that. And if they just get like, don't worry, champ, you'll get it next time, it doesn't work. There are some people in this world, and it's not everyone, but there are some, and I've worked with them, trust me, where if you're giving them the carrot all the time, you're nice, come on, man, you're fine, you'll get it next time. It doesn't turn the performance around. So I think, like, you have to know how to work with people, and sometimes that one strategy doesn't always work. You have to have a few tools in the toolkit, and I wonder if he's got those tools. I wonder if he's got the ability to actually bring out the best in people. And when we say that, it isn't just always the arm round the shoulder. Sometimes it is the kick up the backside. He might do. He might have that ability. Obviously, because we've seen such, like, quite a few poor matches, I do find myself, you know, watching AAA, and I do find myself watching things like Bailey versus Flammer, and then putting on a great match, and I do find myself going, what's this about? What's this about? Because Bailey and Flammer don't know each other. They've not been secretly doing house shows. But yet Bailey comes out on AAA, has a match with Flammer, and puts on one of the best women's matches of the year. So how are we doing that on AAA, but we're not doing it on Raw or SmackDown? Because the thing with Raw and SmackDown, what you keep hearing, is it's the lack of house shows. It's the lack of chemistry. That they're not getting enough opportunity to, you know, get the reps in. But then I watch what happens on AAA, and I'm like, but they don't have house shows. And I'm seeing bangers over on AAA. I mean, we scored, you know, El Grande against Octagon. I think that got a great rating. And again, how many times have they been squaring off? I don't know. So I do find myself just going, is there more going on here than meets the eye? We're kind of saying that it's a lack of house shows, and, you know, that's the real problem. But I do find myself wondering, what's that feedback process like? That kind of underperformance, is it being addressed, or is it just being allowed to carry over to the next week? Is the problem just creative, or are we actually missing? I mean, the thing with Vince is that he had his finger on in every pie. He wasn't just the creative guy, he was everything. Do you know what I mean? Like, he would be looking at everything, and he was just the boss of everything, you know, makeup, production, the ring crew, the business deals, wrestler contracts, creative, catering. I mean, whatever it was, Vince was in charge of it. And so, you know, he is someone that had the ability to look at all parts of the business and, you know, constantly assess if it was working. Triple H only has to work on creative. So is he also looking at the underperformance and wondering why this is happening week after week after week? Why is it that the matches are not better than what we're getting? Are the producers not good enough? Maybe the people putting the matches together are not good enough. Maybe the underperformance isn't being called out. What's the feedback process like? I don't know. I feel like someone needs to go in there with some fresh eyes and ask these questions and see what can be fixed and see what can be, something feels broken. And we are pointing at the creative department a lot, and rightfully so. But I wonder if there's something more going on. I wonder if there's something else going on that is like that feedback process. Because I do, as I said, I do watch AAA, and like some of the matches there are great. Daze, this is what I'm saying. Do we think that Royce Keys or Carmelo should win the Andre Battle Royal? I think Royce Keys would be my pick. I don't think Carmelo's in it. He was complaining of a slight knock, a slight injury. And to be honest, if he was not injured, then I think he should be at WrestleMania. So I think if Carmelo's going to be in the Andre Battle Royal, that'll be quite disappointing. So I personally would go with Royce Keys winning it, yes. Bang, let's go down. Flame Fist said, understandable, Shining Wizard. I believe the problem is deeper than just the house shows. Where's Shining Wizard's comments? That's what the house show circuit was for, and we don't have that rehearsal stage. Yeah, it's a good point. I think the house shows definitely can have blame. I would not let the lack of house shows be an off the hook. I do think that is contributing. But when I've watched AAA and I'm seeing like some good performances from main roster talent, it does make me wonder, is that the full picture? So yeah, I'd love someone to go in with some fresh eyes and just ask those questions. And because at the end of the day, we just want this product to be back. We just want it to be the product that we love, and be kind of really enjoying week in, week out. Apparently Roman is sitting down for an interview. The truth waits on no man, Phil. So here we go. Just turning our attention slightly to Raw. Is this maybe something that we're getting on the show later? I mean, he's got the Raw tag, hasn't he? So there we go. Looks like a sit-down interview for Roman. That should be showing up on the show. Matt Pete said, this is why I don't mind matches like Bayley Alexa. They're reps and the match relates to the feud in talent. Matt Pete, thank you. For me, those matches should be on the house show circuit. That's a perfect house show match. I think the problem with not having the house show is that match then sits on the SmackDown show and it's just completely skippable. Like it's not really achieving much. It's, as you said, it's giving them a rep, but I wouldn't want to use the TV show for that because I just don't need to see it. And I think we could put something better there that feels like it's a bit more important and a bit more like I need to see it. I think we're a long way removed from where we were in the 80s and the 90s, where TV was kind of there to sell the house shows. I feel like now TV and TV money is a big driver for WWE. So I feel like the shows should be, really what people are tuning in for to see where the stories go. And I think when you build into like a tag match and you're doing singles matches, that to me is just like, we're killing time. It's just filler. We're just doing this because we ain't got nothing better to do. So that's my frustration, one of my frustrations with not having the house show circuit. You're right. Ultimately, that kind of a match gives them a rep and might contribute towards the match at WrestleMania being better, but you probably are sacrificing a little bit of whatever show it was on by not putting something a little bit more interesting in that spot. Instead, that match could go onto the house show circuit if we had house shows, which we don't at the moment. Where are we? 10 minutes. Word Live Cena fan said another theory on setting up Roman Rock for 43. Roman loses at Mania, then Rock could come out and Roman could say, keeps jumping up. Roman can say, you are no longer my OTC because you lost to Punk at Mania. Got you. Yeah, I don't know where we are with the whole tribal chief thing now. I mean, Roman doesn't come down with the Ula Fala. I mean, we've just sort of abandoned all of that stuff. So, I don't know. I mean, I think there's plenty to get our teeth into with building towards Rock Roman. Matt Pete said they should build more storyline with their matches if possible. It is a bit tricky to do that, though, says Matt Pete. Wrestle Squatch said, Daze, in addition to house shows, I think it's the difference in people who love wrestling like Bayley against people who are just in it for other reasons like maybe Maxine. I think it's obvious who loves the craft. Maybe. The thing with Maxine is that she is putting a lot of work in. I don't think she grew up necessarily loving the craft. I'm not sure. Maybe her brothers watched it and she watched it from time to time. I've heard that in a few interviews from some people. I couldn't tell you if that was Maxine or not. But I do think that she wants this to work. I mean, she is going out of her way to train with Natalia. She is going out of her way to kind of do NXT house shows. I think she's very, very aware that she's not to the same standard as other people on the show. And I will give her credit in trying to get to that level. I mean, I don't think there's much more she could have done. I just think she's completely out of her depth. It would be like, taking someone from Evolve right now and putting them straight onto the main roster. And, not really using them as a wrestler. Because when Maxine came in, she wasn't a wrestler, was she? She was the kind of mouthpiece for Maximum Male Models. And then that fell apart, and so they turned her into a wrestler. But I mean, she was not of that standard. So I do find myself feeling a little bit sorry for her. Not too sorry, because I mean, she's getting paid a fantastic wage. I mean, she's being shown around the globe on Raw. She's being given the Women's Intercontinental Championship. I'm not going to feel too sorry for her, but I think she is. I could believe that she is doing everything she can to try and make this work. I just think there are real limitations there at the moment. Looks like WWE is going to expand showing PLEs into theaters in my area. I might try that for WrestleMania, said Shubdog. Shubdog, shout out to you. Wrestle Scotch said another example would be Shawn and Kevin Nash. I hated Nash because he always seemed like someone that was just there for the paycheck, if you know what I mean. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. Days, what if we end Mania with a bloodline reformation? Is that how you say it? Reformation. Based on other matches and stories. It seems like it could be heading that way. Not sure if that's going to happen at Mania, but I do expect something. Well, I think it's a possibility. I'm with you. I think it's a definite possibility. If you look at like Sami and the kind of path he seems to be on, Solo seems to want to be staying heel, as Tama is the one that seems to be kind of maybe leaning towards being a bit more face. I mean, he's the one that said give the in fact, he was the one that gave the lantern back. So I think Tama's the one that's kind of seeming a bit more face. Solo firmly staying heel. Sami seems to be going heel. Jay seemed to be showing a bit of hatred in his heart, a bit of anger. He was more angry at Punk than Jimmy was. So, yeah, I agree. The stars are aligning for a potential reunion. Obviously, we don't know that it's going to go that way, but I can see what you're saying. Where are we? Oh, there we go. I wondered where that sound was coming from. Daze Hebner said, Daze, I was once told that if two strong forces collide on a big stage, then evil consequences will happen to the company. So if Punk and Reigns collide, the celebrity era is going to rise big time. If two strong forces collide on a big stage, then evil consequences will occur. I've got absolutely no idea what you're on about, Daze Hebner. No idea what you're on about at all. But thank you for your contribution. Steven says, anyone lucky to have a drink this weekend? I've got cider ready for night one. I always love this time of year. Is there a kickoff show this week? I don't think there's one on Friday, no, because, well, I don't think so. I haven't seen one get announced. So as far as I know, it's going to be SmackDown, followed by Hall of Fame. But I've not even seen any info for the Hall of Fame. I've not even seen any information about when that starts, like where it airs. I don't know. Do we have to go to YouTube or Netflix for that? I've not seen anything. So I haven't actually set up the stream for that yet because I don't know what I'm setting up. So, no, as far as I know, I'm not aware of any kickoff show on the Friday. Countdown show is believed to be 3 hours before WrestleMania. They're going to go 3 hours before Mania. We'll obviously start even before that. And the good thing for us is that we don't have stand and deliver this year, which, to be honest with you, for me, is a good thing. Because we were doing getting up, we were doing Hall of Fame, going to bed, getting up, stand and deliver. Then we would go into the WrestleMania stream, and my voice would be pretty much shot, right, from screaming and shouting. At least, but if we're going to do a long kind of chat before WrestleMania starts, it shouldn't put too much of a strain on my voice, because I'm not screaming and shouting, whatever. But when you're watching a 2-hour stand and deliver, and kind of reacting to that, whatever, and then going into WrestleMania, I must admit, I'm quite pleased I don't have to do that this year. So, yes, I am feeling pretty good about the schedule, actually. Feeling pretty good about the schedule. So, yeah, the streams are set up for this weekend. I have not set up SmackDown and Hall of Fame yet, but we, of course, will be doing both of those. Bishop said, I'm pretty sure there's a countdown for WrestleMania on Friday. Hall of Fame starts at midnight, right? I have not seen any info on anything Friday, but I will keep my eyes peeled for that. Promote Peace said, would we rather see Baron Corbin return or Braun Strowman? That's a good question. I think both were mishandled. I think both could work with better presentation. I think I'd feel a bit more confident for Braun because he's just got that size, and I think he'd be a good opponent for Oba. Certainly if Brock goes, I think you could bring Braun back and do a little something with him. I would not be down on Braun joining the Wyatt Six. I already think that group's a bit too big as it is, but I don't know. I think I'm not really interested in Braun coming back and being the get these hands guy. You know, that doesn't work for me, brother. I want Braun to be darker, moodier, maybe a bit more mysterious. Maybe if he was to come back and be that black sheep again, we could maybe do something. So I think I'd feel like there'd be a lot more you could do, and maybe a lot more that would be easier to do with Braun than with Baron. Because Baron Corbin wasn't really having too many banger matches, if we're being honest. If you kind of go back through Baron Corbin's career, there's not loads of like great promos and great matches that you can hang your hat on or build on. So I think it'd be Braun for me, but I don't know. I think there's something with Baron. I mean, like, do you remember when he was Happy Corbin and then he lost all his money and he was like, when they calling him Bum-ass Corbin? That was probably the most entertaining I found him. I did wonder if there would be something when they put him with JBL. I did wonder if there was going to be something to that pairing, but unfortunately it didn't really get anywhere. But I did think there was, you know, maybe something that could be there, but it didn't gel, didn't work. And, you know, JBL ended up just leaving him. And then, you know, Corbin found himself going to NXT and trying to reinvent himself. Couldn't really do it. And that was that. So I think it'd have to be Baron. It'd have to be Braun for me over Baron. I'd feel more confident that you could do more with Braun. Okay, we are at Raw now. We are at Raw. We are there. We've made it. Celebrate good times. Come on. Fuzzy Ball said, I'm not excited for WN because everyone knows Orton Reigns, Liv, Rhea are going to win. WWE has just telegraphed everything, said Fuzzy Balls. Fuzzy Balls, thank you. I appreciate your comment, my friends. And actually, it's just reminded me I need to end this poll. We've had nearly 1,000 votes. Wow, nearly 1,000 votes. I asked the question, how excited are you for WrestleMania? And it's a mixed bag. But I can tell you that Fairly has come out at 31%. And also excited at 31%. So people are split. People are split. Oh, here's Roman. What did you do? You lied. Okay, well, we started with Roman straight out of the gate. Okay, we're just looking back at CM Punk's history. So this is a video package just showing all the opposite of what Punk had been saying. The part-timer is here tonight, says Jojo. Over 83,000 tickets over both nights combined, says can't stop, won't stop. I think it was 120 odd last year, wasn't it? 120 odd thousand, 60,000 each night. I can't wait for WrestleMania, says Suzanne. No one believes in you, Punk. Either you tell the truth tonight or I will. So, there we go. We start with Roman saying a few words. There is CM Punk. There's Stephanie arriving. There's Charlotte arriving. Be careful, Roman. That crowd is going to be 50-50, says Penny for your thoughts. There is Gunther. Gunther arriving. Few boos for Gunther. I don't even know where we are. Where are we? We are at the Golden One Center. I don't have any voiceover or anything. I'm just seeing the crowd outside. There's a baby. I don't think it's very happy being shook around. There's a man with the baby like, yeah, the baby. David said Roman will be the headliner for Hall of Fame next year at WrestleMania, says David. Some people wondering if it's going to be Vince, with all the mentions of Vince. We get to see the local competitors as security again, said Lone Star Friends. 2 video packages to open, thanks WWE, said Ellis Dub. Ellis Dub, I hope you're well. Yeah, they're treating us tonight. They're treating us tonight. It's going to be video package heavy though, isn't it? I mean, this is the go home. So this is going to be a lot of video packages, I'd imagine. So we're just looking back at Ober, Brock, the journey that we've been on. Days, Lyra, Charlotte expected tonight, says Connor. Thank you, Connor. The Wrestling Figure God said Bray, Hall of Fame 2027. Okay, we're going over to Raw. Triple H is in the ring. Come on. Triple H. Triple H. Yes. Yes. Let's go. We can be down on it or we can embrace it. And in WrestleMania week, I'm going to embrace it. If ever you're like, oh, I hate Triple H, just go, who do you hate more? Do you hate him or Ari Emanuel? Who do you hate more? Okay. It's a new era. Come on. New era. Heyman's coming out. I'm not down on a Triple H Heyman little exchange. That could be interesting. It's a loud crowd, you know. It's a loud crowd. It's WrestleMania Fight Week, says Paul. Okay, Brock Lesnar is coming out. Brock Lesnar is out. Heyman is with him. Brock in the entranceway, smile on his face. Oh. I was looking then, wondering if he was going to slip. Brock making his way out. Apparently they're signing this contract separately. But, says Connor. That shirt is hideous, said J14. J14, I hope you're well. The Rib said the Faff is here. Faff 5. I was a big fan of Faff 4, actually. I've not been to the cinema to watch Faff 5 yet. He could be advertising a football video game, couldn't he? F5 Football Association FIFA 5. It looks like an EA game title as well, actually. Okay, he's in the ring. Okay, they're asking for Ober. We got Ober chants. There's an Ober sign. There's a few Brock signs actually in the crowd, you know. There's a few Brock signs. There's a great Jey Uso head that someone has made. Brock said you won't even know his name after this weekend. This Sunday. In the real main event. There's going to be a winner. There's going to be a loser. And the loser's name will be Ober, Femi says, Heyman. So Heyman saying there will be a winner, the Conqueror, Brock Lesnar. Well, I thought Ober was coming out now. Looks like we are going to do them separate. Oh. Maybe we will see something go down later. Perhaps when Ober comes out, Brock will jump him. Okay, they're talking about speeds. David said, my Vegas $2 bet. Ober beats Brock 4 minutes, 56 seconds. David, thank you. No, Ober said let him in. Not right now, no. I don't know. We've still got another segment there, haven't we? So perhaps we see him later. Brock will return later, says David. That's when we'll get the brawl. All those people doing the Ober walk, said comrades. Triple H failed, says Ronnie. So they're just showing us what went down last week with Speeds. Official. Okay, here's Speeds. Is this at the PC? This is at the PC by the looks of it. Speed says he's not a wrestler. Time to lock in. Everyone hates you, says Logan. Okay, so I think we're going to see a training montage. They're playing mind games on him, said Alex. Okay. Speed training footage. I feel like Speed is going to cook, says Ampy Ballin. The entire reason for being a mod is to tell William to F off, says William. Logang said Shining Wizards. Robbie said, apparently Ticketmaster had a glitch where if you entered the 25% off, it added 25% rather than taking off 25%. Well, it'll be interesting when the numbers come out and we'll see how many more tickets they've managed to sell with that 25% off. If there was a glitch, I'd imagine they fixed it quite quickly. Speed says he's ready. Speed better be ready. Let's go, says name is Josh. Johnny said, this doesn't feel like I'm watching a wrestling show. Are we going to get that god-awful video from Liv later? Well, we're getting Charlotte. That's what we're getting now. Bow down. All hail the Queen. I don't even know what we're getting here. We've got Charlotte coming down. Alexa's with her. I don't know what this is. She's not wearing a robe. It's Charlotte Lyra. Okay. I couldn't even make it through a Liv promo. Why the hell would I want to listen to her sing, says Robbie. Liv's video is horrible. What is she doing, says Spawny Boy. Ronnie said, please end this tag team. Prince Moolah said, Lily is back. You can't spell WWE without bought out, said Fish Nake. David said, from a distance where I'm sitting, she looked like Sol Ruka. Sol Ruka. Charlotte Flair. Daze, what do you think about Gunther taking on Seth? I think it should be a banger. Yeah. Should be a great match. Little bit of a story where Heyman didn't know Gunther was going to do it. Gunther says, you owe me a lot more. You owe me a lot more than just a thank you. I think that's quite interesting. And obviously a lot of people thinking that's going to be, I want Brock at SummerSlam. And it could be as well. So it could lead to that. Okay, we're just asking celebrities what their favourite Mania moment is. I think this has done the rounds online. Giannis, basketball player. I think that's how you say his name. The end of the streak. I wonder if he's still around, actually. I forgot about him. Shocked Undertaker fan. You know, the guy at WrestleMania 30 with the... I wonder if he's still watching. Lyra coming out. Hold up. Liv put out a song. What did I miss? A song. It's called Trouble. I wouldn't be shocked if she uses it for her entrance music at WrestleMania. I mean, I've got to think that's something she wants to do. If I'd just released a song, I'd want to be showcasing it at WrestleMania as well. Lyra and Bailey see a sign that they very much agree with. Bailey signs it. Okay, making the way down 20-odd seconds, and we'll be back from commercial break. Daze, what about if we get Penta Javon? Maybe that could be at SummerSlam. Well, that'd be great. I mean, I would be down for that, actually, because I don't mind if they go with Javon at WrestleMania. I said that in my predictions video, but I think I would stick with Penta, because Penta's, I don't know when he won that belt. Like, I can't give you the exact date, but it doesn't feel like it's been all that long. So, I mean, he won it against Dominic, didn't he? And I think it was like Balor that cost him. So, I mean, it ain't been that long. I think I'd keep going with it for a bit. Okay, they're just showing, actually, part of the staging being set up. We're just getting a glimpse. The construction is underway. Can't really get much of an idea at this point, but That's interesting. Just getting a glimpse. Would she get paid royalties if they used the song said wrestling figure card? I'm sure they would financially work something out. I would imagine WWE wouldn't want to have to pay royalties. It would be in her interest for it to be used because it would be good promotion, wouldn't it? So, I mean, WWE could be like, well, if you're going to charge us royalties, then no, we won't bother. It's in her interest for that to be played. So, I don't know. They'd have to sort it out. WWE might be getting a cut from proceeds anyway. I believe John Cena was given a cut of proceeds from his film career to WWE. And he said he didn't mind because without them, he wouldn't have been where he was anyway. So WWE have got their fingers in every pie possible. Don't you worry about that. Florida man. Shout out to you, my friends. I was just looking to see if I was subscribed to you. I am. Florida man, hello. Said, I just want to say hello to everyone. Florida man says hello. My old handle was, that's what she said. I don't watch as much wrestling as I used to. Just Raw, WrestleMania, a little bit of AEW on occasion. And I hope that everyone is well. Well, that's what she said. Florida man, good to see you back around, my friends. Yeah, I don't think you're alone. I think that wrestling has probably lost a few supporters. I think 2025 was a little bit of a rough time. Can't say 2026 has been much better. But WrestleMania is still WrestleMania. And we're still on our way towards what we're hoping is going to be a really fun show. Tonight, Raw has got the responsibility of just getting us hyped for it. This is our go-home episodes. And both of these women are going to be in the tag match this weekend. So we were kind of talking earlier about a match that we had between Bayley and Alexa. Here we are with Charlotte and Lyra. Chop coming in there by Charlotte. Lyra feeling that. Chop again. Lyra against the ropes. Crossbody down goes Charlotte. Spin kick. Charlotte goes down again. 1, 2. Kick out by Charlotte. So yeah, Florida man, shout out to you, my friends. Bayley having a few words with Michael Cole. Michael's like, at least you didn't slip tonight, Bayley. Obviously, she did fall over. She fell over last week. Lyra goes in the corner. And she goes down. My timeline is just full of pictures of the set that's been constructed. So it's worth me just showing. I mean, this was probably the key part that was being built. Don't know what that could relate to. They have also revealed the kickoff on Friday. And we've got information as to where the Hall of Fame's going to be as well. So looks like we have got like a pretty full day on Friday. Very full day, actually. I mean, by the time the kickoff starts to the time the Hall of Fame starts, that's 7 hours. It's going to be a long day. We'll be doing it all, though. We'll be all over it. So we had all of that. We got some more construction pictures. Here we go, look. It's very exciting stuff. Very exciting. We've already looked at that one. And there we go. There we go. Okay, we've gone to commercial break. Again, Lyra being smash face first. Charlotte going for the cover and kick out. Okay, David said Bayley, black leather, Raw, 15 out of 10. It's all it takes. It's all it takes. Just a little bit of that sweet black leather. And at the moment, we've got Charlotte in control. Figure 4 head scissors. Got Lyra over against the rope. Charlotte looking to come over. Big boot. Lyra rolls up Charlotte. 2. Kick out by Charlotte. Leg sweep there by Lyra. Drop kick. And we got about 1:40 till we're back from commercial break at the moment. Fuzzy Ball said, I think WWE are wasting Raquel. She's got so much potential. Certainly more than just being Liv's valet. She's strong and tall. One of the strongest, tallest of women in WWE. I think she will break out from that role. I think at the moment they just feel like there's not too much excitement around her, not too much buzz around her. So, yeah, I think that she will find her way out of Liv's shadow, just as Diesel found his way out of Shawn's shadow. But it's just where we are with this story at the moment. Kick coming in, big boot coming in by Charlotte. So, Fuzzy Balls, thank you, my friends. Charlotte's climbing up. Brian said, I just hope that Cody Randy, they do something similar to the last 15 minutes of WrestleMania 40. Maybe bring out Cowboy Bob and Ted DiBiase Jr. for cameos. Iman says, this is good wrestling. I'm feeling the match they're having. Good chemistry, says Together. Talking about the match we got right now, which is Lyra and Charlotte. Lyra against the ropes, clothesline. I don't know what happened there, where Lyra seemed to just collide against the ropes and Charlotte wasn't there. I'd have to rewatch that. I don't know what that was. Lyra just sort of went over to the ropes and sort of fell into them. I don't know if she was just selling or what she was doing. Charlotte going up. I met Paige at a fan convention. She said that if she ever comes back, she'd want to face Rhea or AJ Lee, says EF Dub Wrestling. Charlotte climbing up. Bah, she goes down. Lyra climbing up. Leg drop, back of the head. Charlotte down. Bailey cheering on Lyra. 1, 2. Kick out by Charlotte. Bailey just giving a few more words of advice. Hall of Fame is an hour or so after SmackDown, says Mayor Pete. I think it's in a different location, I think, so it might be so that people can get to it. Moonsault, but knees up there by Charlotte. We're inside cradle in, 2 count. Inzaguri by Lyra. Charlotte over against the ropes. I don't like it when Charlotte does that cartwheel, said Dean. Radiated Zombie said, I didn't see any matches announced. Well, there was nothing on the official preview. There might have been stuff that they were kind of putting out on their X account. But there was nothing earlier today. Certainly not when they wrote the official preview. Charlotte with the moonsault. 1, 2. Kick out by Lyra. Kick out by Lyra. Robbie said, those Friday kickoff shows seem a bit pointless. 3-hour pre-shows are also a bit overkill, especially if there is no matches. Hall of Fame is in the theatre attached to the Park MGM Casino, which is next to the arena. Fred said, ref counting hella close to Charlotte's head. Looking for natural selection. Roll up by Lyra. 2. Kick out by Charlotte. This arch has got a decent pace to it. Oh, match has got a decent pace to it. The dude in the front has fantastic bears. Shot coming in. Chop there by Charlotte. Lyra grabbing Charlotte. 1, 2, kick out by Charlotte. Shoulder up by Charlotte. Daze, how confident do we think Stephanie and Punk will win despite the odds? Not very. Not very confident. I mean, they're both going up against really tough challengers that you could absolutely see WWE putting the belts on. I mean, I could see them putting the belt on Liv. I could see them putting the belt on Roman. And as you say, I think both are favourites at the moment. Roman certainly is. So, no, I can't say there's much confidence. We just haven't heard any word as to where we're going, which is good. Because it means that nothing's ruined. I mean, obviously, if we knew Stephanie was going to be at Backlash defending it, I mean, that would ruin it, wouldn't it? But there's no words on any of that. 1, 2, Bayley gets involved. 1, 2, 3, Lyra gets the win. Bayley gets involved. Lyra picks up the victory. So Charlotte sent Lyra crashing into Bayley. Bayley responded by kind of helping cheat. I don't know if Lyra knows that happens. We've got pushing and shoving, and this thing is getting heated. Are we going to be bringing down? I wonder if the Kabuki Warriors could come down. I don't even know what we're doing with them at the moment. Bayley holds up the arm to Lyra. Nikki and Brie are still being shown on the graphic. Okay, now we're going over to NASCAR. There's still tickets for SmackDown and for Raw as well. So SmackDown and Raw are not sold out. Okay, we got Usos and LA Knight. Here's MFTs. Tamatonga's not here, and he should be here. You make the family look bad by hanging out with this clown. Okay, any 3 of you can face us later. Yeah. Okay. Well, it looks like it's going to be Solo. Well, I don't know who it's going to be, but 3 of them taking on those 3. Here's Stephanie. She's got plenty to work with, hasn't she, now, for a promo? Plenty to work with after Liv dropped her music track earlier. David says, don't bring Sparky Plug back. Don't bring Sparky Plug back. Okay, we got 3 minutes left to go. 3 minutes. And then we're back from commercial break. And I think we should be getting some Stephanie then. Doc Holiday says, yeet. Yeet. I can tell you that, oh, actually, Penta's coming out. I thought we were going to go to a advert thing because the screen was black for ages, but instead Penta's making his way out. The current Intercontinental Champion on the way. Mr. 4D said, Daze, even if the Bellas can't wrestle, why does it need to be a Fatal 4-Way? Don't know. It could be a triple threat, and they could still give us Io Asuka, and we could still get 7 matches on night 2. Please send your suggestion to Triple H, because I have no idea why we're not doing that. Connor said, don't show that boring Liv Morgan music video. Dark Alexa's coming back very soon. We've got Lily and a pain jacket, says Prince Moolah. Toga Bread said, can we have a billiards promo next? WWE logo on the felt. Maybe we could have Slim Jims as pool sticks. Don't give them ideas. Don't give them ideas. Amen says, Daze, you make wrestling fun for me. Thank you. Well, thank you, my friends. Hanging with you guys, talking about what's going down makes wrestling more fun for me as well. So I can tell you Penta's come out. He's actually cutting a promo. He's trying to get the fans fired up. Okay, he's speaking in Spanish. Much better. This Sunday. This Sunday is going to be dangerous. There will be chaos. There will be pain. I know pain. And I will bring pain. I will bring it to everyone who will face me. This isn't just a match. This is a war. It's not just a match, it's a war. We've only got 8 seconds, Penta, quickly! Quickly! And then he said something about Mexico. And I didn't know what he said. Okay, we cut away from that. And we are talking about the documentary that's coming up for Hulk Hogan. Premieres on Netflix. Apparently it's a 4-parter, you know? It's not just like a one-off hour thing. It's a 4-parter. Are we going to the trailer? It's third man, innit? And I think this is going to be really good. I'm really down for watching this. Bang, leg drop on Macho. You'll never convince me this isn't the greatest heel turn of all time. Let's go. Have you watched the HBK documentary yet? No, it only came out today. I did Unseen, did a quick member stream, and now I'm here, so... No, I haven't had a chance to watch that yet, but... yeah, I'd like to watch that, of course. Certainly because I think a lot of it is going to feature on, like, recent times with him being, like, the guy in NXT, and I think that could be quite interesting. I think a lot of the old historical stuff I'll probably know. Probably the same with Hulk Hogan, but I don't know. You never know what you're going to get out of it, do you? I did see a clip, though. Didn't know his daughter did the makeup for NXT. Sean. Didn't know that. So I did learn that today. Sean's daughter does makeup for NXT. Or she's part of the team. Okay, Stephanie making her way down with a terrible new theme. King Yeti, thank you, my friends. Appreciate it, buds. Firing in some gifted memberships, and we'll be back with another member stream tomorrow. We did one today. We got another one tomorrow. Is Kathy Kelly in the ring? I think we might be getting an in-ring interview. Doug Dilly said, when I was a kid, there was a house show where Jake the Snake came out and did a snake pick segment with Hogan. The crowd booed Hogan. Jake ended up DDTing Hogan. That's very interesting. Doug Dilly, thank you. Okay, Kathy Kelly in the ring. Oh, Liv is attacked from behind. She's got a shirt on that says, I love trouble. She loves auto-tune. I know she loves auto-tune. Okay, so these two trying to get at each other. Yeah, Liv trying to get at Stephanie, obviously. Let's go, I'm right here, Liv. Oh, God, she's crazed. She's lost it. How did she know her mother was trash? Stephanie tries to get in the ring, tries to get over, takes down Liv. So we've just got a big brawl, big brawl. Kathy down as well. Kathy got knocked over in the process. She's still down. Kathy's still down. Lol. Shot coming in. Come on, Kathy. You only got knocked over. Blimey now. You're not a turtle. She can't get back up. That's a fun fact about Kathy. If she gets knocked over, she cannot get back up. You can see some of the bruising round by the eyes of Liv. I don't know if that's been exaggerated by makeup, but maybe not, because she really did take a clattering last week. There we go. Little injection there of excitement. So, yeah, Kathy Kelly down. Kathy Kelly being helped. They're not even really that bothered, to be honest. So they're like, oh, yeah, she's been wiped out. She's being helped to the back. Right, anyway, coming up, we've got... At least show a little bit of concern, Michael. We can joke about it, but you should be concerned. Not bothered. Awful. What an awful man he is. Kathy is too young to be saying, help, I've fallen and I can't get up, said Dr. Luchalala. Daze, why does Liv keep screaming all the damn time, says Connor. It's just she loves trouble. She loves trouble. She loves disrupting and screaming, and it's her thing. Okay, we're backstage with EO. EO, what plans have you got for WrestleMania, mate? Are you watching it from home, or are you going to go to one of the local bars? I might have lost, but I don't regret fighting for my friend. Here's Asuka. You went in as Women's World Champion. And this year... And this year, you're just her sidekick. Kyrie. Okay, we're going to do Io Kyrie tonight. Good girl. Io Kyrie tonight. Okay, here's the Usos. Joel said, I'm starting to get bored of constant brawls. That just get split up and nothing interesting happens. Wish they could change it up. Even if they just change the location of the brawl, says Joel. Joel, I hear that, but... Daze, WWE has teased Cody Punk so many times for so long. Do we think that we'll get that match and build? They've got to. When would that happen, says AAA. I'm not the right person to ask, am I? I mean, do I think we get the match? Yeah, I'd say yes. But I'm not even sure that WWE quite have the answer to when they might get to it. Usos then making their way out. What music is it? Yeah, they've gone back to the other music. They've gone back to the other music. Is it different though? They've changed the words. They changed it to just us. No, they did you've got Jay's theme, and then they changed it to It's Just Us Us, right? They changed that a couple of weeks ago. And then we heard that they weren't happy to the reaction to it, so they went back to Jay's theme. But now they're seemingly using that new Uso theme again. But I don't know if they've not changed it again. It's not Jay's theme. It is back to the Usos version. But we did have that a couple of weeks ago, and I don't know, I'd have to compare it. I'd have to compare it to that version from a couple of weeks ago. I feel like it might be a new version. Yeah. If I'm a guessing man, and I am just guessing, I think they changed the theme 2 weeks ago, and I don't think that theme worked. They then went back to Jay's last week, and now this week they've basically created a new theme using Jay's as the basis, and they've just tweaked a few lyrics. I think this is different from the Usos one we had a couple of weeks ago. I've not watched Raw for months. Not too bad so far, says Jason. It's Jay's with some different words so that they can keep the yeetin movement, says Matteo. Okay. It sounds like it's just assholes. I don't think that's what they're saying. It's just assholes. I mean, now you've said it, I can hear it. It's just assholes. Day one is just assholes. Day one. Yes. Yeet. Well, good reaction for them. You can't unhear it now, said V85. No, Not now that you've said it. Let's get it, Oos. Let's get it, Oos. Oos. It's just assholes. Yeah, well done. Well done. Well done, V85. Well done. Take a bow. Logan shoving Speed into LA Knight has been viewed 428 million times. That is actually really impressive. The most viewed TikTok in WWE history. Here's LA Knight. That is crazy, isn't it? I think, did they just say it was the most viewed TikTok in WWE history? It's depressing, isn't it? Logan shoving Speeds was the most viewed TikTok in WWE history. Oh my God. It's dead. It's dead. Shut the doors. Shut the door. Shut it down. It's done. It's over. Acting Universe said, Daze, I've been a fan for a while, but I never noticed how cute your cat is in the backgrounds. Acting Universe 9579. I have got a very attractive pussy. So it's a shame that you have not noticed that before, but thank you for the compliments. Okay, LA Knight in the ring. Robbie said, Daze, I think they're going to wait as long as possible before making an announcement of Io Asuka. I think they want to give Nikki as much time as possible to make the match. I agree. I agree. 6-man tag. Second it off. Okay, looks like it's going to be JC, Solo, and Tonga Loa. It looks like Tala is sitting this one out. MFTs versus Usos and LA Knight. Okay, we've got 7 minutes and then we'll be done with the first hour of the show. Okay, on Friday, we've got the 8-man tag street fight. Wyatt 6 against... I like how the Wyatt 6 graphic is glitching. That's good. That looks good. Yeah, Talatonga. Talatonga's a sleeping giant, really. And when we talk about the future, we never talk about Tala because he's such a, you know, riding in the back seat that you don't really think about Talatonga, but he's only 35. This is a guy that could have 10 years comfortably. I mean, imagine Tala being built up to be like, you know, a problem. Imagine like him and Oba. I hope he gets it though. I hope he gets it. Some people struggle with knowing how to be a giant, you know? Some people struggle with knowing how to present yourself. Oh, hello, Jimmy, giving Jay a bit of encouragement there. A bit of a pop, pop, pop. Little bit of a pat on the backsides. Kinky. Filthy. Hey, Attitude Era's back. Thank you, Pat. Attitude Era's back. Go on. Look at this. The PG rating is dead. Big Tony K said, I'm feeling jealous. You're a streamer, a singer, a lover. What can't you do? Well, Big Tony K, shout out to you. I don't think I can laugh or smile anymore. I feel like WWE has stolen that away from me. Certainly on a Friday. Laughing and smiling on a Friday is something I don't seem to be able to do at the moment. On a Monday, it's not a problem. But even I've got my limitations. Oh, look at these fans in the front row, man. Shot coming in there by JC. Jay Uso just getting forearm, and the fans in the front row are like, ah. Big shot coming in. We are at commercial break at the moment. Days, I think Brock Lesnar, Oba, or Drew Jacob, ladder match, CM Punk, Roman, Seth Gunther, they're going to be amongst the matches of the night. Corey said, let's get ready to DoorDash. I have seen some adverts for DoorDash. It doesn't appear like we've got any in the ring this week. But we do have an advert for Papa John. Solo in the ring right now. Solo sucks chance breaking out. Days, if we were booking, would we have Stephanie win, said Macarice. Yes, I would. I would have Roxanne or Raquel turn on Liv. I don't think we need 3 women in the Judgment Day. I would also keep going with Stephanie. And that would then take us into an interesting direction with Liv having a feud kind of ready for, you know, it being Liv Roxanne or Liv Raquel. It also would add, you know, you could do a mixed tag match as well. You could have Dom and Liv against Finn and whoever it is that's just turned. And I think, like, hopefully a draft which can refresh the rosters and give Stephanie a new interesting challenge. I think Stephanie being so new, I mean, she's been around now for coming up, what, 11 months, 10 months? She's been champion for a fair while. But in regards to, like, how many singles matches has she had at PLEs? Not many, of course. So I feel like it would be beneficial for her to get a win at WrestleMania. I don't feel like Liv needs it. I feel like Liv's fine. I feel like Stephanie could do with it, though. But I don't mind. I mean, one of the great things is that, you know, I like Liv. She's, you know, since turning heel, really gone up in my estimation. I like Stephanie. So I don't mind which way they go, really. Same with CM Punk Roman. Don't really mind which way they go. I know the complaints will be Roman's a part-time champ and all that stuff, but I mean, he was a part-time champ when we had the Bloodline story, and that time period is regarded as being one of the best periods. So, you know, it was. I think it's workable. Certainly now that we've got 2 belts as well. You know, we've got the World Heavyweight Championship around as well. Solo goes over. He's in control. He lays into Jimmy. WWE Creative Humor said, sure, MFTs are on SmackDown, and it doesn't make much sense for them to be here. But on the other hand, it's hard to keep track of things when you're busy dodging booking phone calls from TKO executives. Kick coming in. Solo goes down. Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal, that goes down this Friday. We're going to find out, and everyone wants to know. Everyone's desperate to find out who is going to win the Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal. That's the big thing everyone's interested in. Forget the main event of WrestleMania. It's all about who's going to win that Andre Battle Royal. Over the top goes JC. He spills to the outsides. Tonga in there with LA Knight. Doc Holliday said, I hope Big Jim slaps LA Knight's bum next before he goes over the top rope. Well, he should. He should. He should treat both of his teammates equally, shouldn't he? LA Knight then going up top, looking for an elbow drop, connects. Kelly the Wise Lady, hello. Says, hey everyone, sorry I'm late. Hello, Kelly. Hope you're doing well. We're just watching match number 2, MFTs against MFTs getting ready for the Wyatts on Friday. Usos LA Knight getting ready for the Vision and Speeds. Jay with a suicide dive gets caught by Solo. Smashed into the commentary table. Talatonga is right there watching. And now we have got Tama. Tama's here. Is this where Tama's going to turn? Tama takes off the shades. Where was you? Here's Tala. What's going on here? There's a BFT in the ring. Tonga Loa's just been planted. 1, 2, 3. Oh, what the hell's going down? There's tension within the MFTs. MFTs have lost. Okay, well, clearly this is... Everyone's just looking at everyone. Is no one going to say anything? Someone say something. We can't get this all out in the open if we don't flip in know what everyone's thinking. We're all just going to stand and stare at each other. The flip. I don't know. Okay, well, LA Knight and the Usos are celebrating. Are we going to cut back to the MFTs and they're all just staring at each other? There's Solo. He's actually walked away from Tamatonga. We go over to Michael Cole. Daze, I just woke up from a 2-week coma. Well, dude, you might be worth going back into it. Pop back out again on Saturday. Are we going to get an update on Kathy Kelly? She's being attended to. Everything's going to be okay. She's going to be okay. Oh my God. Oh, I've already watched it once. How's Kathy? Says she's okay. She's okay. Don't worry, buds. We just got an update. She's okay. Lol, she was just knocked over, said the rib she was. But she's going to be okay. She's going to be okay. She's been taken to the local medical facility. She has, but we do have an update and she's going to be okay. I just want to get that out there. There's a lot of people in the community concerned. There's a lot of Kathy Kelly heads. I just want you to know that your girl is going to be okay. WrestleLandy says, Daze, what's the dream match in WWE right now if we could book any 2 people to go up against each other? That's a great question. Dream match. I think I would like... Ooh. I mean, I'd be really into Oba Roman. Because I think Oba's just got this momentum. He's got this aura. I think Roman's the biggest star that we've got. And so, you know, that feels like a match I would really love to see. Gunther Roman would be a match that I would love to see as well. And the thing with Gunther is he just feels a touch cold. Just because we haven't really been doing loads with him since AJ Styles retired. You know, there was a little summit with Dragon Lee. And then, of course, he was been absent for quite a while, and then he popped up and went after Seth. So I think right now, because we've been doing a lot more with Oba, and Oba feels just like this massive star that's emerged out of nowhere, even though we've been watching him in NXT. I think him against Roman might be the match. I would also take Roman Seth at WrestleMania. I know we've seen that match before, but I would love like a big blow-off match, you know? Maybe a Hell in a Cell or something like that. Could be really good. Settle it once and for all. That could be really good. I'm trying to think women's-wise what I would like. I think I'd be down for Becky, Charlotte, Bayley in a triple threat. Obviously, I would like the Fatal 4-Way with Sasha, but we're not going to be getting that. So, you know, again, as all these women start kind of getting a bit older and not replaced, but just, I think it'd be nice to sort of, it's a real shame that Sasha's not around. Because it would be nice to do that match, like, soon and sort of say thank you to the 4 horsewomen. Because it does feel like the women's division is moving and has moved on. I mean, you've got Rhea that has come. Obviously, after that, you got Io that's come after that. We've got Bianca. We've got Jades that have all come along after that. We got Stephanie. We got Julia. Looks like JC and Soul are coming up. So, you know, Liv obviously coming up after that. So, yeah, I think I would really love the 4 horsewomen match, but obviously not possible. I think Stephanie, Julia on the main roster as well. I mean, it was so good down in NXT. I'll take it up here as well. Ilya Gunther being another one. I'd take Gunther Johnny Gargano as well, actually. I'd really love that match. Gunther making his way down, and people are looking really glum in the crowds. Everyone's looking very sad. Yeah, feel free to put in what would your dream match be right now in WWE. Club WWE. What is it? Tell me, you cowards. What is it? What is Club WWE? Gunther then making his way down, getting jumps up on the commentary table. Corey Graves is applauding the ring general. Gunther on that commentary table. Okay, let's get rid of this poll, shall we? Uh, 67, 18, 8, 7. I mean, we're not doing brilliant with the in-ring tonight. We're doing better than SmackDown. So far, we've got good 94 and good 92 for the 2 matches that we've had so far. Gunther is making his way into the ring. He did just jump on the commentary table. Let's see what the ring general has got to say. That's good from Michael. He says, Gunther's got a lot to prove because he doesn't actually have a great track record at WrestleMania, and that is actually very true. Days with Seth, what Seth Roman, because we're supposed to get that match happening last year, says Connor. Yeah, I mean, obviously I'd love for that to be Seth Roman, Dean Ambrose. But again, you know, I can't have it, so you just have to work with what you do have. I mean, I would love Roman Seth to face at least one more time before they hang up the boots. So I'm not saying it needs to be now, but you know, I would like to see it, the final showdown, you know? I'd love that. Gunther, his arms in the air. Doc Holliday said, my dream match is I Show Speeds versus Johnny Knoxville. Well, Doc Holliday, that is actually great news, because I do believe that to be a direction that TKO are heading in. So shove Jelly Roll in there as well. Maybe get Little Yachty in there. Fatal 4-way. And we're just hearing from Jelly Roll right now. Gunther has even got little children flipping him off during his entrance. Okay, it's crazy. We never got Roman Cena in their peak at Mania, says Wrestle with Andy. Okay, here we go. We're coming back. Hall of Fame, Stephanie McMahon. I wonder who's going to put in Hogan Andre. It is weird, this part of his music. It's not very sinister, this part of his music. Do, 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 do. Gunther. Oh, here's Seth. Here's Seth. Seth with a takedown. Seth just comes out and takes Gunther down, starts throwing in some shots. Gunther goes to the outside. Seth grabs the microphone. 2 weeks in a row you've jumped me. Two times you've jumped me in 6 nights. I'm going to finish the job. He says, tell me why this is personal for you. Get back in this ring and tell me why this is personal. Or is it just you kissing Heyman's ass to get a favor? Perhaps Gunther's going to get in and he's going to go, I'm starting my own coffee brand. And you've got the nerve to start one as well. This is personal. You're affecting my market share. Here's Gunther. Yeah. Yeah, sure. Yeah. You're peeing me off, says Gunther. You're peeing me off. You say you're the best in the ring, but you're not. I am. You became a useful idiot for Heyman. I like this reason, actually. Oh, look at how Gunther's getting his... Go on, Gunther! Oh, oh, that was good. Oh, I felt things. He had his head right on his... Oh. Gunther getting the better of this exchange. Oh, no, Seth lands big boot. Gunther rolls out the ring. So, yeah, this is personal. You say you're better than me. You're not. Oh, he went for a stomp. Gunther jumps in the crowds. I mean, is this a side quest for Seth? Yes. But we know that it's coming about because of injury. We know this was not the direction. Seth. Who's that dude standing behind Gunther that's like... Someone in the crowds? And you could just see his head, and he was like... He's really pondering what's happening, that fan. That fan is really taking it in. There's a fan in the crowd that's really analysing how he feels about this story. How do I feel about this? It's not enough beard stroking in the fan base. Needs to be a lot more of this. Am I happy with the direction that this is going in? Am I buying this as a story? Club WWE. Ticketing. Live events. Members only drops. Points. Rewards. A global community. Exclusive premium content. Ticketing, live events, members only shop. I'm joining that, aren't I? I'm going to be joining that. I mean, it looks all right, actually. It's the Ultimate Insider membership program. Guys, are you the Ultimate Insider for WWE? If not, then why don't you go back to Tony Khan? Yeah, fake fan. You fake fan. I'm joining because I'm a real fan. I love everything about WWE, apart from pretty much everything they are doing at the moment. I'm joking. I'm just joking. It's just bants. Is this the demon? What am I watching? Yeah, demon. Ah! Demon with a jump scare. Demon with a jump scare. Demon, Dominic, let's go. Okay, we got Dominic backstage with Adam Pearce. Finn told me the demon was dead. Okay, Dom wants the match cancelled. Your father's a Hall of Famer? No, he's not. No, he's not. No, he is. Look in the mirror. And know that Dominic Mysterio is getting what he deserves. Oh. Michael Cole just got cut off. Okay, we are an hour and 20 minutes in. We got about an hour and 10 minutes to go. Yahya Abdul Mateen 11. Good to have you in the house, buds. Oh, yeah. Dylan Cardwell. Good to have you in the house, mate. Dylan Cardwell. Okay, here's Io. She's going to be taking on Kyrie. There's the thing, it's wild how only 3 out of 5 of the SmackDown titles are being defended at Mania. And it's crazy how the only reason it isn't 2 out of 5 is because for whatever reason, the US title was needed for Sami, says Rapturous. I wonder what that exclusive content's going to be. I wonder if the members-only shop's going to be worth it. Community forum. Don't care about that. Early access to tickets. Don't care about that. Exclusive merch drops. I care about that. Bonus content. I care about that. Yeah, WWE.com Club WWE. WWE.com/Club WWE. Let's have a look, shall we? Here we go. Reserve your spot. Club WWE is your all-access pass to the ultimate fan experience. Shop exclusive merch like the John Cena Never Seen 17 collection. Score early access to tickets worldwide. And view never seen before content. Get exclusive access. So you need your first name, Wrestling. You need your last name, Daze. You need your email, WrestlingDaze@gmail.com. You need your postcodes, England. You need your country, United Kingdom. And you need to select your favorite superstar, which is Alicia Taylor. And by checking this box, I consent to receiving marketing. That's what you want. You just want my data, don't you? That's what you want. You want my data? You're going to sell it on the black market, probably give it to the Saudis. I'm on to you. I'm on to you. I know what this is really about. Yeah. I'll still probably do it, though. Well, there we go. That's it. And then you just press join waitlist. And you're in. You're in. WrestleMania this weekend. Don't miss it. I haven't heard Kyra's theme in a while. The Pirate Princess. Is she going to come out with the wheel and all of that? I think she has got the telescope. She doesn't have the sailor's wheel, though. Remember when she used to give out, like, golden coins, chocolate coins? Kyrie making her way down to the ring. So, Florida Man, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate it. Doc Holiday said, my new dream match is a celebrity battle royal. Winner gets the WWE McAfee Championship. We should be doing McAfee the Giant Battle Royal on Friday. Why are we paying respect to Andre the Giant? That is so disrespectful. It should be the Pat McAfee Battle Royal. And actually, now I'm thinking about it, why have we got Andre painted at the headquarters when it should be Snooki? Do you know, I'm so pleased that we're correcting things, you know. For too long we've been too focused on the wrestlers. So it is good that we're now addressing the balance. I think a lot of people saw the celebrity wing of the Hall of Fame as being like a little thing on the sides, when actually the celebrity wing is the main focus. The wrestlers are lucky to get in, right? They're lucky to get in. It should be that we put like 5 or 6 celebrities into the Hall of Fame each year and maybe 1 wrestler. and just focus on getting celebrities in. This is the future we can look forward to. David said Via will be WWE Club. His autograph is going to be 2 for $5. Yeah, there's going to be lots of exciting exclusive merch that you can get from Club WWE. Okay, we need to change this over because we are underway with our match. This is Kyrie versus Io. Kyrie the big shot. 1, 2, kick out there by Io. Shot coming in there by Kyrie. Kick coming in there by Kyrie as well. Io down. Okay, we are underway with this. This is match number 3. This one feels like it's got a little something to it. Let's go, Io chants. Hashtag justice for Io. Missing out on WrestleMania. Daze, would Drew, Oba, Femi be a fantastic dream match? Because Drew costing Oba at Saturday night's main event against Cody. I'm not sure it'd be a dream match. But, yeah, I mean, we can absolutely do it. I would be shocked if we don't do it. Kyrie in control. Okay, right now we got Io up. Kick coming in there by Kyrie. Reverse. Kyrie going against the ropes. Taking her over. No, Kyrie rolls. Gets back up on her feet. Io against the ropes. Kyrie against the ropes. Takes Io over. She flips over. Lands on her feet. No, no, no. Kyrie goes for a clothesline. Io flips over. Lands on her feet. Takes the legs away from Kyrie. Drop kick. Lovely work as Kairi goes out the ring. Kairi to the outsides. Io. Oof. Kairi grabbing at the leg there of Io. Okay, charging in. Kick coming in there by Io. Kairi goes down. Io is on the barricades. Looks like the... Whoa! Moonsault him. Landing on top of Kairi. Do the emote! Do the emote! Ah, stupid Io. Dream match. Optimus Prime against Megatron, says Pi. Let's go. Blake said, Club WWE, there's not an option for John Cena when you ask what his favourite superstar is. Really? What, is it just the current roster, is it? Does it not give it you as an option? I'm looking. What about The Rock? Nah, there's no Rock either. So it is just current stars. It's just current stars like Alicia Taylor. Just current stars like Alicia Taylor, Kathy Kelly, Byron Saxton. So they've got all the big current names are on there. Michael Cole, he's on there as well. Nick Aldis, he's on there. Stephanie McMahon, she's on there. Triple H, he's made the cut. Of course, oh, thank God. Vic Joseph, he's on there as well. So I mean, there's loads of great options for Jackie Redmond. She's on there as well. All your favourite superstars are available. Kick coming in by what? You want John Cena? Why do people have to be difficult? Elbow by Kairi. 1, 2. Kairi had her ass right in the face of Io then. I mean, it was right in her face. Right now, we've got a half Boston Crab in place. As Io is trying to get over to the ropes. Daze, if Roman wins, do we think it'll be a long reign? Maybe till the next Mania where he fights The Rock? It could be. It could be. I think they will try and build Roman up for that. Certainly if it is going to go that way of doing like Rock Roman. So if he wins, then yes, we could be looking at a decent lengthy reign. Shoulder up, shoulder up. Asuka came round. She was getting in a few quick shots. Right now we got Kairi. She's trying to pick up Io. Io rolling over. 1, 2. Kick out. Kick out. Ooh. Boot coming in. Okay, we're coming back from commercial break. Days, my dream match would be Roman Rock. Loser stays in Hollywood. Okay, we're back. Io, Kairi, underway. Match number 3. We got about an hour to go. Ooh. Okay, reverse. We got Io in the corner to the outsides. Kairi comes in. Kick there by Io. Io is perched. Looking for a missile drop kick. Kairi goes down. Kip up. Flip over by Io into the emotes. Yeah! There we go. There we go. That's got people going. Now we're going. Charging in, double knees. Kairi down, Io going over. Going up. Gets pushed to the outsides. Shot coming in. We're over in the corner at the moment. We've got EO chance. Headbutt. Oh, spills to the outsides. Okay. Carrion is going to be in Vegas that weekend, and it would be awesome if he was going to come back, but that ain't happening, says Kelly. He has won like 4 championships. Oh, you went hard, mate. Oh, my God. She really cracked into the ring posts. Don't worry, Asuka. Rhea's not ready for Asuka. Mate, she just went hard. I don't know what that was, but she's going for a riptide on Asuka on the outsides. Jade Cargill's here. Jade Cargill. That kick looks rubbish. Another kick there by here's EO going through. Oh, some of these suicide dives by EO are just Blimey. Now, she did manage to get some of it onto Jade, but it was another one where her head was kind of like very close to the floor. She crashed and burned the other week as well. Blimey now. Jesus. Some of these moments have been a bit oof. I mean, we had EO absolutely clatter into that rim post. Then she almost crashed and burned. But I think everyone's going to come out of this alive. Kairi's managed to get the victory in the end, thanks to Asuka with a bit of a distraction. Poof. Well, I don't know quite where we're going. EO is sad. Okay, WWE Worlds. Jade couldn't kick her own ass. She's awful, says Maggie. That kick did look a bit lame as she came down. She was like, Bum, ba-dum, bum. WWE Worlds looks really fun. Sign in the crowd said, see you at WrestleMania. Okay, Becky AJ video package. Don't know if it's going to get any more exciting than that. I think Becky said she did have an announcement to make tonight. So, video package, looking back at the history between AJ and Becky. That match, of course, going down this weekend. Well, rematch they've kind of faced a few times, but we did the singles match at Elimination Chamber. It's going to be a 5-star banger incoming, says AB. 5-star banger. Yeah, Becky said she had a huge announcement. And we know how well huge announcements go in WWE. They're always very successful. I don't mind this video package, like, with the music. I mean, I'd imagine this might be the package they play at WrestleMania, actually. Yeah, it's not a bad video package. She's going to come out and say it's 25% off Night 2 tickets, says Spawny Boy. Phantom said it's a huge announcement. We're entering a new era. Come on. Yes. It's been a good few weeks since we entered a new era, so we are definitely due. AJ Lee, Becky Lynch, Saturday. There's Oba, there's the ruler. Okay, let's go. The announcement is going to be free toilet breaks at WrestleMania. Well, we're apparently just moved. Apparently that was it. I mean, I don't know if we're going to get any Becky tonight. So I don't know where this big major announcement's coming from. Guys, it's an important announcement. Me and Daze are going to go one-on-one in a Toby Carvery. Oh, do you know I haven't been to a Toby Carvery in years. Absolute years. I'd like to go, actually. Oh, Danhausen. Danhausen is here, and we know how people enjoy his work. Very evil, very nice. Very evil, very nice. Very evil, very nice. Oh, look at that little Fanhausen. It's Danhausen's first WrestleMania. One small detail. Danhausen's undefeated. Yeah, I mean, this has gone so well previously. Okay, it's fired 3 out. Okay, there we go. Thank you, Danhausen. There's the Fanhausen. I think he did make it this time to the back. Yeah. Yeah, no, that went well. Unless he's going to shoot across. That actually went okay for Danhausen, apart from the t-shirt thing not firing, but... Oh, Triple H is coming out again. Yes! 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 We had him at the start of the show. Get him back out! Yes! Triple H! Triple H! Let's go. Let's go. Fantastic. Thank God I got commercial, says Metal Mama. Get him back out. Do you reckon he's like sat in the creative meetings going, oh, I was on TV like once last week. Is there any way you can get me on more? Is there any way you can get squeezed like my... I don't want to just be out there once. I want to be out there like lots of times. And they're like, well, we could do Oberbrock as separate sign-ins. Yeah, okay, let's do that. Yeah, we'll do that. To be honest, I'm shocked he didn't put himself in Pat's position. Dude loves being out there. He's going to open one of the nights, and he come on for WrestleMania. Are you ready? Why does it have to be? I mean, like, Adam Pearce is already out there. He's got a dodgy heart. What's he going to do? If it kicks off, he'll do nothing. That's what he'll do. He'll do nothing. Here's Ober then. Ober making his way down. Have they made that? They've made that bigger, ain't they? Yeah, they've made that big bit. Bum 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 bum. There he is. You know everyone's doing it at home. Who's not doing it? Everyone's doing it. Everyone's doing it. We're all doing it. Sports Illustrated are doing it. Bleacher Report are doing it. We're all doing it. Yeah, man. Let's go. Now, are we going to see Brock? Surely Triple H hears the reaction, understands that Ober can't lose. God only knows what Triple H understands. I've given up trying to work him out. Ober in the ring. Mackenzie said Triple H is a guest on his wife's podcast. That could be quite fun. I'd be down for listening to that. Okay, Ober signs the contracts, holds the contracts in the air. Oh. Triple H points at the entranceway. Has Heyman come out? Yeah, Heyman's come out. Heyman's come out. Heyman's in the entranceway. He's looking over at Ober. A loud Ober chants. Loud Ober chant. I feel like they just turned him up, actually. Heyman says, I've been in this industry a long time. I've never seen someone come across like the biggest star in this industry as fast as Oberfemi. That is high praise. That is high praise. It's true as well. Since Brock Lesnar. Okay. I bet Braun Strowman's pulling his hair out at home, isn't he? Yeah, the Ober chants are ringing out. I need to be honest. You're starting to pee me off, says Heyman. I gotta be honest. They love that. The fans love that. It's coming to an end on Sunday. loud Ober chant. He ain't got to do anything, has he? He's just standing there. He ain't got to do anything. There's no shame in this loss. You're in the real main event. You will be conquered. When you get conquered, and you will be conquered. Heyman says his door will always be open to Obafemi. My door will always be open. It's taken everything in me to not beat you from pillar to post. It's deeper than that. Beat his ass. Beat his ass is the chant. Beat his ass. Ober's like, I can beat him up, but what I'm going to do at WrestleMania is going to mess him up. Good work from Ober. You might have 25 years that say he can't be beat. I've got 4 weeks that says he can. You can feel it. I can feel it. They can feel it. You've been a good mouthpiece, but not an honest one. Fans chant Ober, and Ober lets it breathe. If you was an honest mouthpiece, you would admit that your client is scared. I am the one. I have always been the one. Give him all the belts. Give him all the belts. Give him the Divas belt. Give him the women's tag belts. Give him the 24/7 belt. We've got a big giant of a man that has the ability to cut really great promos, has the ability to put on really great matches. This is Ober's world that we live in now. We're living in Ober's world. Imagine thinking this business needs saving when Obafemi lives in it. Daze, this is the main event, said Mr. Full D. Okay, we've got Liv. Trouble. Oh, I almost accidentally listened to it. Woo. It snuck up on me. I thought, oh, what's this? Oh! Guys, don't worry. I'm safe. I'm safe. I'm safe. I'm safe. I'm safe. Woo! I will slay the beast. Oh, man. So good. So good. I've never heard this loud of a pop for someone every time they come out, says Kelly. So good. Ober, that is. Damn you, WWE, for this, says why. I didn't think they would end up playing it like in its entirety, but they must be getting something from it, some cut of the proceeds. Put up the poll for the song. Should we put up a poll for the? Yeah, let's do the. You're right. Let's do the song. I was going to do it for the Ober segment, but the song will be funnier. Don't you dare vote all time. Don't you dare. Some of you love your pranks. Don't you, eh? You love your pranking. I know how the internet works. I know how the internet works. I'm just going to put Britney Spears over it, says the Ribs. I can't wait for Ober Femi's music video. Oh, that's going to be so good. Oh, he's probably a better singer. Hannah. Hello, Hannah. Daze, my tribal streamer. Why have I got a feeling that Keith Lee would have been in the same spot as Femi to retire Brock, but the powers that be did not allow that? What does Ober have that Omos doesn't? Oh, where do you want to start? I mean, wrestling ability. Omos is obviously very, very limited with his wrestling. So, yeah, for me, there's a big difference between their wrestling abilities. I think promo abilities. I mean, that kind of a passionate promo that Ober has just delivered. I don't know that I could see Omos delivering that. I think like how to be a giant, how to carry yourself, the performance aspect, wrestling ability, strength of promo. They're in different leagues, just in completely different leagues. Trust me, if Omos could do what Ober just did, we would be all in on Omos. And we did Omos Brock. I mean, we've already done it and built to it, and the match was not a bad match, actually. But we've got limitations there. I mean, it's a bit unfair because Omos didn't have years of NXT behind him. Ober does. Ober's been NXT champion, been in multiple NXT PLEs. He's been in stories, cut live promos. Why they've not put Omos in NXT and just given him 2 years of, like, you know, invest in it, I don't know. Perhaps they've, like, worked with him and they just have reached a ceiling and they just cannot get past it. Perhaps they know it's just not going to work. I don't know. Michael Cole apparently referred to Liv's new song as her entrance theme. So, I mean, as an entrance theme, it'll be all right. Give us Ober Triple H segment in Gorilla after that promo, says Mayor Pete. Iron Sentinel said, you gotta look between the lines. You'll find the video is the greatest of all time, said Iron Sentinel. Oh, I'm sure the video is good. Javon making his way down. I wonder if Oba was just twerking in the back to that Liv Morgan music video. Okay, the young OG in the ring. I don't know who he's facing. We're almost done with our number 2, though. Oh, Dragon Lee's coming down. Dragon Lee's coming out. It's a tag match, because this is his tag partner. It looks like it's going to be these two teaming against Rusev and JD, so it looks like it's going to be a preview for the ladder match, of course. Javon and Dragon Lee versus... Oh, there's a young fanlet with a mask and some wings. Oh. Ah. JD and Rusev. Okay, on we go. Here's our Rusev. Doc Holiday said, Oba is decent, but I just wish he was a YouTuber or maybe a pop singing sensation or an actor or however he can get that celebrity tag. Well, I mean, you're right. This is exactly what Braun Strowman has done, and it's actually very clever. He's gone off to get a show. So where he goes around and eats everything off the menu. And I think the reason why he did that, the real motivation, is because he can shake that tag of being a wrestler, and he can then pick up the tag of being a celebrity, being a presenter, TV presenter, which means that when he comes back to WWE, it's right to the main event of WrestleMania. You know, that is the cheat code. So it's very clever by Braun Strowman to actually kind of take that route. So you're right. Oh, he'll learn. He'll learn. Oba will learn. Yeah, you can win that as well. Auction for it. Win it in auction. One of those Triple H skulls that was used during his entrance at WrestleMania. He's signed one, and they're actually selling it. I don't know what it's selling for at the moment. I bet it's very high. Very expensive. I think it was like 10 grand last I heard. I'm going to have a look whilst we're underway with this match. This dream match. WWE auction. It is... Oh, not that expensive. I thought it was at 10. It's at 1,400. That's actually not bad. There's only a day left. I thought it was at 10. But it's at 1,400s. That doesn't strike me as too bad for a prop from WrestleMania used as part of his WrestleMania 32 entrance. I've seen wrestling cards that have sold for more than that. I've seen like Vince McMahon signed cards that go for more than that. And this was actually a prop that was used at WrestleMania. This is what it looks like for those that are interested. There it is, look. There it is. That can be yours. You could own this. It keeps going for another day. If you click on auctions, you can look and see what else they've got. Stone Cold's signed picture. Rhea Ripley signed belt. Bret Hart signed belt. There's that thing. Alexa signed thing. So Roman Reigns signed figure. LA Knight signed foam finger. Match used. Wyatt 6 against the American-made. A matched used steel chair. Couple of signed baseballs. A few signed pictures. We've got a table signed by JC Jane, Jasmine Nixon, Fallon Henley, event used. A few signed figures and whatnot. So these are some of the items on the auction site that you can bid for anyone that's interested. Young OG is in. Young OG is in. Javon, bang. The young OG. Anarchy Vortex, thank you, my friend. Appreciate the support. Let's end the poll. Daze, you can also win the Undertaker's casket from the Boneyards. What's that going for? Or oh, it's a hidden auction. Get ready for your chance to bid on Undertaker's casket. Looks like you got to enter to be able to bid on that. Wonder what that goes for. Okay, 40% bad for the Liv track. 26 says it's okay. 23 think it's great. 11% think it's all time. So bad 40 for the Liv song. Sorry, Petal. Sorry, baby cakes. Oh, JD springboards. Springboard moonsault to the outsides. Okay, Javon on the outsides. I don't know what's our final segment here. What are we closing the show with? We've done the Oba thing. Rusev with Javon chucks him over the commentary table. What are we doing? What are we doing? Why are we doing that, Rusev? Is that a new thing? Do we do that now? Okay. I don't know where it came from. I had the noise, and when I looked at the screen, it was... I just joined in. I mean, as a wrestling fan, I'm just programmed to join in. I don't even have an option. I just have to. It's like when EO does this, you just have to do it. When Oba does that, you just have to do it. I don't have to join in with yeeting, to be honest. I found a way out of doing that. Javon getting smashed into the commentary table. Daze, since you didn't see Jacob's tattoo, when did Rusev get a back tattoo, says Johnny. I honestly, I don't keep track of tattoos. So I'm going to say last Thursday. JD with a nice suplex. Daze Roman, CM Punk, they're going to close the show. Ah, yeah, you're right. You're right. Well, I hope it's good. Javon gets ropes. Daze Liv got a Trouble tattoo on her back during the Trouble music video. It's on her socials, but I don't know if it's real or if it's fake. I hope for her it's fake. Oh, shot coming in there by Javon. Okay, we're at commercial break at the moment. We are at commercial. Bring back Rusev's Mashka, said Choco Latte. Choco Latte, hello. Danitria said, good night. I have got chemo in the AM, but I'll catch unseen. Shout out to you, my friends. I hope your day goes as well as it can tomorrow. Kelly said, was Daze dancing to the song? I was dancing to Rusev, I think. I think Rusev was making me dance. If Oba loses to Brock, then we riot, says Connor. I don't know. I can't be bothered to riot. I can't be bothered. I might have a nap. JD goes down. Rusev looking for a superplex. If you're having audio troubles, I feel bad for you, son. I got 99 problems and audio ain't one. Young OG connects. Big splash. Lands on Rusev. Okay, right now we got Rusev making his way over. Hello, Sonny. Shout out to you. Jennifer said she got a tramp stamp that says trouble. She went peak 1990s. Oh, that's there, isn't it? That's there. lower back. Yeah, there was a trend of that, wasn't there? That's bad, isn't it? Imagine getting a tattoo there thinking it's all the rave and then people start calling it a tramp stamp. Oh, that is unfortunate. Against the ropes. Bang! Big kick there by Javon. Rusev goes down. Javon going over against the ropes. Big air! Boo! I'll tell you what, Rusev's on the receiving ends of everything at the moment. Dragon Lee rolling up JD. Oh. Styles Clash. Boom. Gets it. 1, 2, 3. It's a win. It's a win for Dragon Lee. It's a win for Dragon Lee. Well done. Well done, everyone. Rusev is in and he is attacking Javon. Boom. Rusev plants in Dragon Lee. Here's Rey Mysterio. I mean, he's not moving that quick. He's just sort of jogging his way down. Kick there by Rey. Couple of shots coming in by Rey. Pop, pop. Against the ropes. Oh, basement drop kick. Setting him up for a 619. Oh, Rusev catches him, murks him. Okay, here's Penta. Here's Penta. Chop there by Penta. Chopping away. Choppity chop chop. Off that middle rope. He gets Mashka kicked. Oh my god. Here's Javon. OG cutter. He gets caught. Bah. Rusev just looking good. Standing tall. There's JD. Oh no, you can get it as well. You can get it as well. And you. Everyone's getting it. Mashka kick. And again, down goes Dragon Lee. We're going to get another accolade in. There we go, Dragon Lee in pain. Oof. It's rude. There we go. Rusev sending a message. Rusev laying everyone out, says Pi. Sonny said, did you know you was a gorgeous muffin? I did. Yes. Thank you, Sonny. Sweet and Sassy said, do we think Bianca will come back in some fashion? I think there is a chance during the Jade match. I actually forgot to mention it during the predictions video, so I had to edit her kind of rising up after I'd recorded it. So, yeah, I think there is a chance. I think it's a real shame that she's obviously missing out on WrestleMania. She would have been working really hard to have made it back for that. But it's just not. It's not come together, has it? If she's not at Mania, then I think there's a good chance she'll be at the Raw. I could see her being one of those surprises. Yeah, Countdown Show is starting at 3 Eastern. 3 Eastern. 3-hour countdown both days. I miss her at Naomi. I miss her, Naomi. They're just showing us the cards. kind of funny how the main events are just shoved at the bottom and instead we're really focused on the free matches at the top. You'd imagine the main event to be the big focus, but instead it's like Ober Brock Intercontinental Ladder Match live on ESPN. And these are happening as well. We got Punk against Reigns, and we got... Obviously, they want to really promote that first hour being available on ESPN, ESPN2. John Cena, the host. Do you know, I'm surprised there's not two hosts, because they've made day one and day two feel a bit different with the different graphics. So they probably had an opportunity to have two different hosts. Oh, here's Danhausen. This could be good. Is that John Cena? He wants to speak to John. I could see him and John. Oh, okay, okay. I could see Danhausen and John having some words at Mania. Okay. He wants to see John because John won't be able to see him. Here we go. OTC. OTC. One terrible child. Throwing up the ones. This show has flown by, says Mayor Pete's. We're going to get another brawl, said Darren. Here he is. Acknowledge the tribal chief. Pyro going off. Oh, we got people acknowledging. We got people acknowledging. They're all acknowledging. Roman Reigns. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, Roman coming out. We've got about 15 minutes or so to go. Let's see. Let's see how this goes. Why is Raw so good and SmackDown such a slog, even without the Pat stuff, said Steve. Well, it's the big question. It's the big question. Feel like we've been asking that for a little while. Another commercial, just what we hoped for, said Penny. I love seeing the fans go crazy, said Name is Josh. Roman making his way down. There's plenty of fans excited. Obviously, we've got a split opinion. Some people are Team Punk. Some people are Team Roman. I'm Team I just hope everyone has a lovely time. That's the team I'm on. I like them both. Can Roman bring back head of the table entrance? Says he can do whatever he wants. He can do whatever he wants. I think he's quite happy with this though. Roman looking out at the fans. Imagine if we got a massive mind-blowing segment. Now, I'm not expecting it. Imagine if Punk comes out and says, like, I hate you. I want us both to put our careers on the line. Whoever loses retires. We'd be like, what? What? Okay, Roman in the ring. Now, because Netflix has blocked my VPN, I need to get the app for Mania, said Janet. Well, it's better to know now than find out at the weekend, isn't it? Millennial said, how about whoever loses goes to TNA? Whoa. That would also be mind-blowing. Whoever loses goes to AEW. Okay, we're just seeing shots of Vegas. I got Roman winning at Mania, but I could be wrong, says Connor. The one said, if we do get something special, it happens now or never. It's all on this. Do we get Final Boss or Flat Usos? Roman throwing up the ones. Comrade said, I got Punk winning by interference, and we get corporate Punk. Okay, Roman in the ring. We're back from commercial break. Let's get rid of the poll. We don't need it. We don't need it. Where we're going, we don't need polls. Did you have a nice week off, Roman? Got some CM Punk chants. We've also got Roman Reigns. Roman Reigns. Roman Reigns. That has drowned out the CM Punk chants. Okay. That's settled down. Sacramento. OTC chants. OTC. Sign in the crowd said, we want Naomi. Sacramento. Sacramento. Acknowledge me. Oh, here's Punk. Here is Punk. Acknowledge meat, says Corey. Yes. There's not enough acknowledging a meat around here. Okay, Punk's coming out. You see, personality. He's coming through the crowds. He thinks he's a noose. What the hell's going on? Roman's looking at, he's behind you. Come on, how long are you going to stare in that direction before looking around? Not that stupid, are you? He's looking around. There he is. Look, spots him in the crowd. He's there. He's there. Look, I can see him. He's a man of the people, isn't he? Did that kid asked for a picture and Punk was like, "You're wearing a Roman shirt"? Because there was a kid that had his phone. What shirt was that kid wearing? I think it says OTC. I think he was wearing a Roman shirt. That kid wanted a picture with Punk, and Punk was like, "Wearing the wrong shirt, mate." Punk making his way down. Slowly making his way down. I touched Edge one time when I was 12. I'll never forget. Said name is Josh. Let him in. Said it's a Shield entrance. The Shield were quicker than this. I mean, like, what's going on? Have they only got 2 minutes of, like, promos planned? We'll be back at commercial in a second. Creative Humor said this go-home segment is just entrances. Okay. Punk has stood on the commentary table. Music fades. We got a few CM Punk chants. I've come out here to tell the truth. Tell me when I'm telling lies. This could be goods. This could be real goods. We know how good he is on the microphone. If you come in this ring, we're not going to need these mics. Punk's like, okay. Still coming in the ring. I mean, that's great and all, but I'm still getting in the ring. OTC chants. CM Punk chants. We've got a mixture of all kinds of chants. Here's the truth. He's thought a lot about these words. I hate you. Okay. Hurtful. Ooh. I hate you because I envy you. This is all I've ever wanted. And I envy the fact it was handed to you. He says he hates the fact he was champ for over 1,000 days. Okay. He's giving him some flowers. I hate the amount of times you've main evented WrestleMania. Tell me when I'm telling lies. I hate I feel this way. I hate that I envy. Careful. Was a great man. Okay. He was a great wrestler. I love and respect the old timers. Okay. I apologize to you. So he apologizes. I apologize to you. I love and respect the old timers. He's so good, isn't he? He's talking about the struggle of what he's been through. How he's envious that he wasn't born into a dynasty. I conquered the Indies. I went to Japan. I went to England. I busted my ass. I made pro wrestling my home. When he hangs it up, he should teach promo class. Simple as that. Tell me when I'm telling lies. He hates him. The bookies have got it the other way at the moment. The bookies are saying it's going to be Roman. CM Punk is adamant it's going to be him. Fans are divided. Tell me when I'm telling lies. Well, Roman might have something to say about that. Up until the ends. I hate you too? Wow. Oh, yeah, they would. Well, he did face Finn Balor. He didn't have to. On Sunday, we fix this mess. You, along with the whole world, will acknowledge me. CM Punk, Roman Reigns, face to face. A real heart to heart as the show fades. There we go. Great promo, said Duran. Very powerful, says Chio Walker. Great stuff, says Comrades. Who are we rooting for? Who are we rooting for? We're rooting for wrestling. That's what we're rooting for. Saturday night, we faff around. Sunday night, we celebrate wrestling. Let's get segment scores, shall we? Segment scores. What did you think about that promo exchange? Very engaging. I miss the action-packed Monday Night Raws, said Jacob. Well, yes, this was a go-home show. I think we knew that this was going to be a bit different from just a normal episode. Actually, I think they've been doing very well with normal episodes. This one just felt like a lot of very inconsequential matches. You know, a lot of matches here that just, I ain't going anywhere. But we just did it so that we could should put the spotlight on some feuds and, you know, a lot of video packages tonight. So Go Home Raw. So, yeah, you do get this from Go Homes. They should have hugged it out and just cancelled WrestleMania, said Uncle Revel. That would have been nice, to be honest. There's too much anger in wrestling. It would be nice if we had a lovely hug and maybe agreed to just sort it out. Sometimes violence doesn't solve everything. Sometimes a good sit-down chat can sort stuff out. I mean, if Punk was to sit down and go, listen, let me carry this belt till SummerSlam. I'll give it to you at SummerSlam. I just want to do some stuff over the summer. You're away anyway. So why don't I keep it over the summer? You can have it at SummerSlam. I'll just give it to you. And Roman will be like, do you know what? That's okay, actually. That works for me. And we could just not need the match. There's too much animosity. OTC chants in the chats. I still think Raw was like 8.5, said Uji. It could be civil, said Uncle Revel. Sweet and Sassy said, did Kit Wilson get to you? Yeah, you're right. You're right. Oh my God. Maybe he has. Perhaps this is all just far too toxic. Do you know what? Maybe you're right. Perhaps it's having an effect on me now. Yes, Kit Wilson's right. WWE is so greedy that they're just repeating WrestleMania in the most hyper-capitalistic city, said Jacob. Those are some big words, Jacob. This makes me feel like Punk's winning. I let you have it for 2 months and you did nothing, said Dad Stuff. David said they're going to split custody of Raw. This feels like divorce therapy. There we go. I mean, CM Punk was quite complimentary, wasn't he? I mean, him apologizing for what he said to Roman, that's a little, I mean, it's a little bit strange. You'd think he'd want to stay in his head. You feel like that kind of an apology would come after WrestleMania. I don't hate it, I'm not down on it. I thought it was very interesting. And I think, listen, both this was a putting your cards on the table promo, wasn't it? It was a putting your cards on the table. You want the truth. You want us to go out here and just be completely honest. Let's lay it all bare. That's what this was. You know, in the spirit of telling the truth. I'm sorry that I used your dad's name in vain. But if you believe me when I say that, you also need to believe I hate you. I hate you. I hate that you have held that belt for as long as you have. I hate that you have main evented WrestleMania as many times as you have. And, you know, it all comes in the same package. You want the truth? This is the truth. You can't handle the truth. And Roman in response saying, well, that's good because I hate you too. And if I'm going to be honest, I hate your connection with these fans. I hope they chant my name for 10 years when I'm away, which I think they would, to be honest. I think they would. So he might already have that and not even know it. Sometimes we don't know what we have in this life. And I think Roman might already have that. So, yeah, different. I thought it was still quite powerful. As a result of that kind of a promo, it didn't really have the kill shot. It didn't need it. I'm not saying that it needed it, but it didn't have that, oh my God, whoa, that kind of reaction. Instead, it was just very engaging, and that's okay. That is okay. Reminds me of Cena when he suddenly went face before that match with Cody. It did make some of the animosity go away, said Empower Warren. Connor said, we didn't get the Becky announcements. I wonder if that was a trick by her. I wonder if it was either cut or if there just wasn't an announcement and she was sort of making fun of the Pat announcement. You know, like, I've got a big, huge announcement tonight, and we all tune in, and there just is nothing. Just like how Pat said he had a huge, great announcement, turned out to be 25% off tickets. So, I wonder if that was on purpose. I'm guessing so. Word could come out that she had her segment cut, but I doubt it. I doubt they would cut a Becky segment. I doubt she was back there and had her time, you know, cut. So I would imagine she was probably trolling. Daze, CM Punk hates that Roman has family so much that he's going to turn his own family against him. Punk hates Roman as family so much he's going to turn. Has Punk got that ability though? I mean, Punk and Rock's relationship is not in a good place. So, I don't know. Maybe. Keep getting your comments in for that. I'd like to get some scores quickly as well for the show. There's a few people really down on Roman and what Roman had to say. To be honest, he didn't even speak that much. Did he? He didn't really say a great deal. It was her and Seth are selling coffee at WWE World, said Sanon. Oh, was that the big announcement? I thought she said she was going to do it on Raw. That would still check out, actually. This big, huge announcement. Oh, no, she just said later today, which made me think that it was going to be on Raw. Ammo is heading to WWE World, powered by Fanatics. The WWE Universe will be the first to try our ready-to-drink coffee. Do you know, if I lived in America, I would definitely try that. I would definitely try it. I don't know, so I don't know that it's coming to the UK, but I'd be willing to try it. I like a cup of Joe. Let's go. Boom. Ronnie said, hear me out. WWE has got a problem. When you put WWE on Netflix, which is constantly feeding its viewers fresh new content weekly, WWE can be a repeat diet. USA is basically reruns of Law and Order, says Ronnie. Victoria said, I was hoping Roman would have Superman punch Punk before the segment ended. Pow! Oh, I do like that. I do like that. I do like a good pow. Luke said, Punk and Roman could be setting some up for the long term. Then fighting against TKO would be... Them fighting against TKO would be... What, like, coming together? They could honestly, they could. It could be, you know, getting it all out there because they're going to have to join forces soon. Matt Pete said, I can order and send you some. Oh, no, thank you. There's a chance that it might come to the UK. I'm not sure at this stage. But I'll keep my eyes peeled. Let's get the segment scores down. See where we are. So that was great 58. So, yeah, not... People weren't blown away by what they just saw from that. But it was still solid. It was still fairly strong. Let's just get a quick poll for a show score. I do need to do the breakdown, so we got to be super quick, like Sonic the Hedgehog, who was famous for being fast and blue. There we go. I think Ethan and Ricky are going to be coming up for Randy, said Sweet and Sassy. If WWE TKO happens, Roman will join The Rock on the TKO side, said Flame Fist. Victoria said, sorry, Daze, how are you? I'm at a 9 out of 10, said Victoria. I'm doing all right, thank you. I think this Raw picked my excitement up a little bit. I don't think this Raw was essential viewing. I don't know really what we necessarily got from this that we didn't already have, but that Oba segment was well worth watching. Obviously, we got more details about Club WWE, which I'm not down on. That was fine. Don't think I needed really any of the matches. Don't feel like I really needed to see any of those. I didn't need the Liv song. And the promo at the end was okay. So I think score-wise is a little bit tricky for this one. Didn't really feel essential. But, yeah, it didn't really hurt anything either. Mr. Matches said, I think the "we" that Roman repeated suggests that The Rock will appear. He said weeks ago, Bloodline, feel free to help. And we know how The Rock feels when people talk about the family. Could TKO affect both nights? Wonders Mr. Matches, WWE. Well, you know, we have got word that The Rock is not expected, but of course, doesn't really mean anything, does it? That could throw us off the scent. Could be that it's a bit of a swerve. So, certainly, I don't think it's impossible for The Rock to show up. Word Live Cena fan says, put the request up. I've done that. Opinions request is up now. Let me just mute that though. Otherwise my notifications will be flooded. Okay. Get your thoughts in, 'cause I need to go and do the breakdown in a second. And we will be off doing that. I can see Brock Ober just brawling at Mania without the match starting, maybe battling around the stadium and just wrecking each other. No winner, no loser, says Uncle Revel. Emmy Verdico said, Punk on the mic today really did it for me. Kenton, how do you say that? Kenton Doe says, WWE has fumbled big time with Ascario. Yeah, I'm in agreement with a lot of you, honestly. People going, why can't we still do that match? Just make the tag team thing a triple threat or shove some other team in there. No answers as to why. Really don't know. I wonder if someone's got a knock or something, but I don't think so. There's no reports of that, so does feel a bit like fumblage. Would have been nice to have had that on the WrestleMania cards. Okay, I'm going to end this because we really do need to go. We are officially out of time. So we have got a show score of just goods 96. So not a disaster. It was a go-home show, but yeah, I don't think there was really anything too mind-blowing here, but certainly big thumbs up to Ober and Brock. So, Ober in particular. Brock didn't do a great deal. Okay, I'm going to go and do the breakdown. Thank you for joining us. We are back tomorrow with a member stream as we get stuck into Sporkle. There should be an unseen that goes up as well. And, of course, we are going to be doing NXT Revenge. It's a big NXT show. So we got NXT Revenge and, yeah, looking forward to that. So I will see you in a moment for the breakdown. Thanks for joining us. Really do appreciate it. See you in a bit. Bye for now.